Good afternoon, everyone, and I want to welcome the officials of the ministries and the various departments who shall appear with us today. I want to welcome the members of the public and welcome the members of the media. This is the Committee on the Public Administration and Appropriations, which has a mandate to consider and report to the House on A, the budgetary expenditure of the government agencies to ensure that expenditure is embarked upon in accordance with parliamentary approval. B, the budgetary expenditure of government agencies as it occurs and keeps Parliament informed on how the budget allocation is being implemented. And C, the administration of government agencies to determine hindrances to their efficiency and to make recommendations to the government for improvement of public administration. The purpose of this public meeting for the 11th Parliament of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee is to examine the 2016 expenditure of 4 departments under the following subheads: current transfers and subsidies, Development Program Consolidated Fund, and the Infrastructure Development Fund. The committee is desirous of hearing from the accounting officers of the Office of the Prime Minister, Elections and Boundaries Commission, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and the Personnel Department to discover the challenges being faced and examine possible solutions to those challenges. The role of the committee is to assist the ministry and departments to achieve efficient delivery of services while ensuring that expenditure is embarked upon in accordance with parliamentary approval. I wish to invite and advise the public that this is being broadcasted live on the Parliament's Channel 11, Radio 105.5 FM, and the Parliament's YouTube channel, ParlView. Viewers and listeners can send their comments related to today's topic via email to parl101@ttparliament.org, to Facebook @/ttparliament, and Twitter @ttparliament, close inverted commas. The first ministry we are going to have a discussion with today is the Office of the Prime Minister. And I take this opportunity to ask the accounting officer to introduce the members of her team to the panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Sandra Jones, Permanent Secretary to the Prime Minister, and I will take this opportunity to introduce the members of the team, starting from my left and moving to my right. Thank you.
Jackie Johnson, Permanent Secretary, acting with responsibility for gender and child affairs.
Tracy Lucas, Monitoring and Evaluation Coordinator within the Policy Research and Planning Unit.
Deborah Parkinson, Acting Deputy Permanent Secretary, responsible for children and youth affairs.
Esther Rahim, Accounting Executive 2.
Larry Barry, Manager, Policy Research and Planning.
Devika Maraj, Auditor 2, Acting.
Rosemary Richardson, Acting Director, Corporate Services.
Thank you very much. And I will therefore ask the members of the committee to also introduce themselves, and starting at my extreme right.
Good morning, Member Alison Bash.
Good morning, Daniel Dookie, Member.
Afternoon, Maxi Kafi, Member.
Afternoon, Lakram Bodo, Vice Chairman.
Yes, good evening, good afternoon rather. My name is Wade Ma, Member, Senator Wade Ma, Member.
And I am Bridget Anizet George, Chairman, and assisting us will be the Clerk of the House, who will be acting as our secretary today, and another member of her team who will be acting as the assistant secretary, and this is Hema Bagalu. Might I therefore then invite and if I may pause for a cause, just to say that welcome member Ramki Soon, who is now joining us, and also just to place on the record that member Webster Roy has recused herself since she is the line minister for OPM. Okay, so that I now would like to invite the permanent secretary to make some opening statements.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. It is an honor for us to be here to speak to the issue of current transfers and subsidy. I just need to indicate that in the Office of the Prime Minister, we do have a Gender and Child Affairs division, and that division is headed by the Minister of State, Ayanna Webster Roy, and she's supported by the Permanent Secretary, Jackie Johnson, and the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Deborah Parkinson. And this particular area is an area where, for us, this is where we use current transfers and subsidy to really and truly deal with our portfolio of working with the NGOs, CBOs, to actually carry out some of the government's programs as it's really in the social sector. So I thank you for this opportunity to speak to those issues. Thank you.
Okay, and therefore, to start off the conversation today, and Madam PS, I'm looking at your submissions with respect to current transfers and subsidies. And I have observed, the committee has observed, the inclusion of ecclesiastical organizations and Citizens Initiative Fund. And as far as the committee has seen, these weren't in the initial draft estimates for 2016, is that so?
That's correct.
And therefore, I would like to know what is the genesis of these two initiatives and how they came into being, and the budgetary allocation, how has that been obtained?
Thank you. Our research, clearly, because I've just joined the Office of the Prime Minister, what we have seen is that ecclesiastical bodies, that has always been under the ambit of the Office of the Prime Minister, as well as citizen facilitation. With the change in administration in September, ecclesiastical bodies was placed under the Office of the Prime Minister, but somehow it was reflected under the Ministry of Community Development, as well as and the funding was placed there, as well as citizen facilitation. The funding was also placed under that ministry. With the media review, it came back to us. And we see the ecclesiastical bodies as key stakeholders of the Office of the Prime Minister. As I said before, it has always been under the Office of the Prime Minister, as well as the citizen facilitation. But previously, in previous administration, the citizen facilitation was under the Ministry of National Diversity, but it came back under the Office of the Prime Minister.
So if I understand well, this is as a result of the realignment of the ministries, and this would have been by virtue of which, because there were two realignments, and these two would have come under which of the two?
It came on the very first one. The ecclesiastical body was always there, as well as the citizen facilitation. When the new administration came into office, that was, with the portfolio change, it was there under the Office of the Prime Minister.
Yeah, but I thought you said it was under another ministry.
No, the funding.
Community development, the funding.
The funding was placed there.
Yes.
And
So the portfolios remain under OPM.
Yes. But the funding was, was placed under
Community development, you said?
Community development, yes.
And under what head, would you know? You see, because the submission didn't refer us to that, and this is why the question has arisen. The submission was really silent, and it just appears as if, because if one goes to your draft estimates, these items don't appear at all.
That's correct.
And therefore, if the submission had indicated, then, the discussion may not have arisen at all.
Right.
All right, so that therefore maybe you could refer to that in a further written submission to us to grant some clarification.
Will do that.
But seeing that they've always been under, I also see that there is talk about a policy.
That's correct.
And can I ask, how far has this policy, both for the ecclesiastical organizations and the Citizen Initiative Fund, how far has this policy been in coming to creation, whether at all, for fiscal 2016, this policy would be completed?
In regards to the ecclesiastical bodies, we have completed a draft policy. It's here. And we are in the final stages of completing the policy for the citizen facilitation.
But both of those drafts have to get approval?
That's right.
Okay. So that you're not in a position to say, because if there is going to be any either releases or expenditure for the rest of fiscal 2016 under these two sub-items?
We see that we would be able to do some sort of releases, but I need to add as well that currently the government is looking at, under the Ministry of Planning, looking at all grants, trying to have a coordinated approach to ensure that there is equity, transparency, and ensure that the grant funding is in alignment with government strategic goals and objectives. We have given this as a priority, as I indicated before. Ecclesiastical bodies are key priority stakeholders of the Office of the Prime Minister. And we certainly will, we have completed the draft, and we expect that within this month or next, or July, we will have a submission to the Cabinet.
Okay, and then can I ask then, once you get approval for your policy, that in a further submission, that policy would be shared with the committee?
Certainly.
And I just want to ask one other question before I engage the rest of the committee. Again, under current transfers and subsidies, Commonwealth Ex-Service League, and this is an allocation of $20,000. And if maybe you can just share with us, it appears that there is a building.
There is a building.
Could you say when this building was completed?
I cannot say the exact date, but I know that it's in operation at 6263 5th Street, Barataria. And our researcher talking with the league, they have not been getting any drawdown from this for quite some time. They are getting some funds from a Canadian body, and they are also engaging in some revenue generation activities. Our intention is to have this taken off the books.
Taken off the books.
Yeah.
Okay, so that in terms of your proposal for site visit and all of that, that has changed?
Well, we have visited the site.
Yes.
And we are certain, because from what we have seen, it's fully operational.
Mm-hmm.
They host events, their weddings and other functions and their meetings, as well as I'm told that the renting this new facility to the Civilian Conservation Corps there to be able to carry out some of their training as well.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's fully operational.
All right. Okay. Might I ask, thank you very much. Might I ask members of the committee to join in the conversation at this stage, and if we could sort of stick within the item of current transfers and subsidies. Member Ramkisoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In keeping in line with talking about the children's or the leagues and the professional bodies, it was submitted in a table for non-profit institutions. And I was looking at number 42, which is a non-profit institutions, PRP Child Development. And I'm seeing an allocation there of $2 million. And it's talking about, in this table here, the benefits speaks of a policy, but I'm not sure if anything was done. If you could share some light onto this institute, it's a non-profit institution, and what's the stage it is, give us some background. Thanks.
Thank you. Certainly some work has been done on that policy, but I will ask my colleague here, under whose portfolio it falls there, to speak to that.
Non-profit institutions, PRP is really an allocation to treat with the cost per child payment to our community residents. It forms part of our entire framework to treat with the care and protection of children, and it comes out of the National Strategic Plan and the legislation treating with the protection of children. We currently pay a subvention to many of these community residences which receive children from the courts and the Children's Authority. It's not a very fair and equitable system of payment that we are using currently, so we are moving towards a policy which speaks to the payment per child. So, and then just as an example here, we might have a community resident and we might have 10 children there, and they would get a subvention of $40,000 per year. And we might have another community resident with 20 children, and they would get 30, not even 40. So in terms of creating an equitable system to deal with the care of children, we are moving towards the cost per child payment system, so that once you take in a child from an agency to care and protect, you'll get a payment for that child to meet the expenses associated with that child. Yeah? The policy is ready, and it should go before Cabinet on Thursday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You spoke about community residents getting this payment. So this is different to your children's homes where the court will assign you, yes?
Okay, there are 50 community residences we have in Trinidad and Tobago. There are 4 large residences, which we call the state homes. That's St. Mary's, St. Dominic's, St. Jude's, and St. Michael's. And then we have 46 small community residences, which take children from the courts as well. Children are placed there by the Children's Authority. And so we treat with all of them. The 4 state homes are the special homes, which we try to fund their plant and equipment as well. For the smaller community residences, we're not funding those. And so we're moving to the cost per child payment initially at the 46 community residences, and we're dealing with the 4 large homes in a slightly different manner, but eventually moving to cost per child.
Just one more question. The child is considered 0 from age 1 to 18, right? And is it that the ministry or the Office of Prime Minister Division decides the cost that is needed for this child, or is it the court that decides for schooling and these things like that?
The ministry, through its economic analysis, have come up with what exactly it would cost a community resident to take care of a child. Yeah, it's not the court making the decisions there. Yeah, yeah. It comes out of the legislation that the government is supposed to provide financial assistance for these children at the community residences. That's the obligation of the state under the legislation.
So would that take this cost per child? Does it take into account say, the special needs of a child, or it's just a
Yes, it
universal
does.
figure?
Yes. There's an initial figure that we will pay per child, and then for those children requiring special needs, special medical and other psychosocial needs, there's an additional sum that we will pay based on the needs of the child. Remember, Madam Chair, we're moving towards a system of individual care for the children. So each child would have a care plan, and that's based on an assessment that we are undertaking with the child, and that will determine the needs of the child and the cost that we'll pay for that child.
Okay, and these 46 community residents, the small ones, are they licensed in accordance with the relevant legislation?
That is the responsibility of the Children's Authority, and our recent information indicated that there's one community residence which was licensed. There are 48 pending applications. Yeah, and there's one agency which the Children's Authority is considering to hopefully close down.
Okay, so thank you so much, Permanent Secretary Acting. But is there then what systems, because it means that you all are disbursing monies to these community residents, which are not really licensed as community residents within the legislation, so they're not really community residents. The responsibility of seeing that it's done is the Children's Authority. So what systems do you all have, because this is state funds, in terms of monitoring the progress of that, ensuring that it happens so that it legitimizes the payment that you're making?
The system was designed in collaboration with the Children's Authority. The Children's Authority has the responsibility to monitor these homes. We are working with them. We have designed a process. We have established a unit in the Office of the Prime Minister to treat with the payment. And there is a monitoring and evaluation mechanism that we have put in place over the last 3 years, supported by a reporting mechanism to treat with the payment to those homes. So we're using the mechanism right now under our payments of subventions, and we're going to continue with the mechanism further developed to treat with the cost per child payment. But it's a process. The process we have mapped out, and the Children's Authority has an integral part, because they would have the information which would feed into our process as to the needs of the children. So I'll let Tracy tell you a little bit more about the monitoring.
Yeah, but just before I come to that, I'm not just talking about the monitoring of the home.
Mm-hmm.
As accounting officers, you all have a duty with respect to state funds. If I understand well, as noble as the intent is, state funds are being paid in a manner that cannot be justified by what is required by law. I think that's the nicest way I could put it. And therefore, on the one hand, you all say the Children's Authority is in charge of ensuring that these homes meet the requirement of law, that's the licensing. But you all are the accounting officers who are disbursing state funds. So I'm asking, what then is your role in ensuring that the Children's Authority gets these homes licensed, the 48 or the -1, whatever, in the quickest possible time to ensure that your duty as accounting officers is discharged?
Chair, it's over a period of 2 years we have been working to really put systems in place within these homes. The homes before did not have proper accounting systems because of the historical nature of they got into being. We have been able to ensure that the system, we have the proper management systems are put in place. Currently, we have been working with the boards and getting the boards involved to be more accountable, take more charge of what is happening with the public funds. In addition to that, we have ensured that in the homes that they have accountants. They didn't have the accounting system, but we were guided by the financial regulations of what obtains in the public service. Having said that, we use as well our internal audit to do periodic checks and balances to ensure that the homes are actually going through ensuring that they are up to mark with respect to the accounting, the money that is given to them. Based on the reports that we've been having in the past from the audits, we recognize that we have to really and truly ensure that these homes have proper accounting systems. And in some regards, in one instance, it was in the case of St. Michael's, we had to, and when I say we, when it was under the Ministry of Gender, Youth and Child Development, we had to have an independent auditor going and check to see what is happening inside of that organization. So having said that, we haven't been engaging. We have a system whereby our monitoring evaluation coordinator and unit, they have been training up the homes with respect to what is required to ensure that best practice obtains there, so that when they are reporting and submitting their reports, our monitoring evaluation persons can be checking and working along with them. And even now, the Children's Authority, they are looking at in their assessment, they do periodic checks. They look at the accounting processes in the homes. So while we are in transition, we have been paying attention to ensure that the systems are properly placed there, and we are currently working with the boards to ensure that we have proper MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, because we are giving them state funds. We are quite aware of the responsibility there. Hope I have explained that.
Just answer me, is there a schedule that exists that would have been obtained by you all from the Children's Authorities with respect to a time frame for the licensing of these pending applications?
Madam Chair, that aspect of the legislation was not proclaimed in 2015, and we've asked for the Cabinet for an extension so that we can put things in place, working alongside the Children's Authority, to have the community residences come up to the standards that we have established. Okay. So that is pending.
All right, thank you. In all of the residences, there are now accounting officers, there are now accountants in all of them?
Cabinet has approved accounting staff for the 4 state homes.
Yes.
Yes,
the
but the
ones.
other smaller community residences, we won't have accounting staff inside of there.
Yeah.
They manage their operations, their administrative and accounting operations on their own.
And they report to you according to the template that you have? Okay. Yes. Member Coffey. Thank you.
Madam PS, could you tell me a bit about the Citizen Initiative Fund, how it came about and who qualifies for it?
From our research, what we have found is that the Citizen Facilitation Fund was developed in the Office of the Prime Minister based on requests that have been made to the Office of the Prime from persons who needed cases. And that is where a line item was created to be able to allow the Office of the Prime Minister to give some help these needed cases as time goes by.
Do we have a breakdown of how these funds were expended in the past?
I don't have that right away, because as it is here, it was under national diversity for about a long period, and we are now trying to build the records, get the records to check on that to see how it is going. But what we do know, that there was no policy before, because it is evolving. And because we are seeing now that it is necessary to have that policy in place, and we are seeing as well that also we have to look as well to what is going on in the wider public service, given government's current needs to really manage this whole issue of grant funding. Because some of in some cases, from what we are seeing, some of the requests that are being made should be under the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, and some in community development, etc. So we don't want overlap. So this is where we are seeing that we have a policy, and we would be putting it forward, and as far as possible ensuring that we give what is required that other ministries are not giving.
Now, you said that funds were disbursed over the last 5 years. Now, I had not seen any advertisement, any mention that this fund was available. So how did people access the fund, and how would members of the public been made to know that you can apply to the Office of the Prime Minister for funds in case of need?
From what I have seen, the name fund was really an allocation. It's not in the sense of provision made there, but it is largely what comes to the Prime Minister's office. Persons, we get a lot of correspondence of persons asking all sorts of things, and they're asking for assistance. And that is the way, it's based on application and the approaches to the office. That is how the money, but there is no advertisement per se for persons, the population, to apply for funding from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question relates to the non-profit institutions, and through UPS, if I may, focus on the Child Welfare League, and in particular, the management of the Adolescent Mothers Program. Can you indicate to the committee how is this administered, and perhaps a bit more detail as to how this is accessible to teenage mothers?
I would ask that the PS, whose portfolio it was, respond, if I may.
There are two programs which are managed by the Child Welfare League for the government. That's the Choices Program and the Adolescent Mothers Program. They're all focused on teenage young girls who find themselves in a situation where they're pregnant. A bit more detail, Ms. Lucas will provide you with the details that you're requesting.
Just to make sure I answer the question properly, can you repeat exactly what it is you would like to know in terms of the details?
Sure. I was just wondering about how the program is administered, and in terms of how it is accessed.
No problem. The Child Welfare League has 3 centers, one in La Hocata, one in Sangre Grande, and one in Woodbrook. The one in Woodbrook is fully funded by the government through subvention, and the other 2 centers, along with 5 nurseries, the expenditure is supported through a subvention, so it's not fully funded by our government. The Choices/Adolescent Mothers Program mainly serves to ensure that the young mothers return to school, and also it helps to delay the repeat pregnancies in teenage lives. The details as to how the program is administered, and the details as to how it's run, yes? Yes, yeah. Okay. Good. How they access it, sorry. Most of the girls would come to the program by referral. So through the school guidance counselors or social workers, and also through medical social workers. If persons happen to know about the program, they also come to the program that way.
Member Ramkisoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In keeping in line with Member Bodo's question on non-profit institutions, I looked at the Childline, and it said one of its benefits was visiting schools to educate children on child abuse and how to access help. Do you know to date how many schools this Childline has visited?
Yeah. Tracy? Give the details there.
I do not have a summary figure for you. We can probably forward it later on, but I do know in a quarter they can visit up to, let's say, 100 schools. In one of the quarters last year, they visited almost 150. Some of those schools will ask for repeat workshops, depending on what topic they need the child line to discuss.
Be allowed to follow up, Ms. Lucas. How are these schools determined?
Most of the times they're determined by request. One might be request if the schools in particular if the schools have noticed an issue that they would like Childline to address. But I think also because Childline does outreach services and receives calls, if they might recognize or identify certain areas with certain issues, they would target those schools in particular.
Okay, so there is no sort of attempt to spread it across, say, maybe the educational districts. It is purely if somebody knows of it.
Not necessarily. I think also because they are so widely known that from the reports I have seen, their spread is national.
So would you be able, you may not have it today, to give us an idea of the spread, either in terms of educational districts or constituencies?
Their quarterly reports are by constituencies, so we can summarize those.
Right. Yes. And to go back to the original question in relation to the non-profit institutes for the PRP child development, there was two things. From the 48 on the one approved, the 48 pending, and the one approved community residents that you are submitting money to, do you have a list that you can please provide the committee with so we can have an idea? As well as, I didn't hear from you the amount of money that was given to them already, if such has been. Or
you mean the expenditure to date?
The expenditure to date was provided in the spreadsheets.
it says, it says allocation $2 million, expenditure to date April 2016, nil.
Okay, so that's a cost per child. We are waiting the approval of cabinet before we make the payments using that system.
Okay.
Yeah? So you won't see any money used there because it's set aside for the introduction of that payment system with effect from July 1st.
Okay, so we have $2 million allocated to
the
proposed to submit to the 48 residents per child, right? Something like that. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Permanent Secretary, in light of the recent judgment handed down by Justice Vashish Kukaram, and it's 150 pages long, in which the whole question of having children placed in prisons with adults has been wrongly condemned. And my information from reading the literature is that he has ordered these children to be removed from the prisons that they have been placed in, and even to be compensated. It tells us that there is need for urgency in putting our house in order as it relates to community residences and having them properly licensed. I heard the Permanent Secretary said, Mrs. Johnson, that they have requested of the Cabinet a further extension to effect the licensing of community residences, I would like to urge the permanent secretary that this is very serious business. And it means that if we do not put our house in order quickly, there may be many more cases going to the courts and many more compensations and damages being awarded to children at the expense of the taxpayers. It therefore means that we have a duty and a responsibility to get these 50 community residences. I think out of the 50, you have 4 licensed, you said. The 46 others, you must be able to give this committee some kind of appreciation of a timeline, a time frame for the licensing of these community residences, so children who run afoul of the law under the age of 18 can be properly taken care of at these community residences and not be sent to senior and adult prisons. So I would like to know from you what steps are being taken. Have you all taken into account this judgment, and have you set yourselves a time frame? For instance, by the end of this year, from the 1st of January next year, we are going to have from 4 licensed residences, we are going to 12. And then by the end of next year, we go to 20. But there must be some timeline. Otherwise, we are going to be in trouble. So I want to get from you, what are you doing to deal with this emergency that has arisen that is going to cost us a lot of money in compensation if we are not careful? So could you help us?
Chair, member, I must say that it is very much a concern, high priority of the government in respect to having these children community residences licensed. As a matter of fact, in the transition period, out of that 50, the government gave grants to some of the community residences to bring them up to a stage where they can be licensed. I must also inform that not all the community residences would be used for children who have run afoul of the law. We are talking about children who, what is really critical is it's really finding places for children who need to be placed in remand centers and rehabilitation centers. The Gender and Affairs and Child Affairs Division, they have been working very hard on that. They have all the policies. As recently they have gotten approval from the cabinet with a child protection framework, all the necessary work that needs to be done, and it has been budgeted and cost in the sum of 72 million. Currently, we are working with the Ministry of National Security, the prisons, to treat with the issue of the YTC being brought up to scratch to really be part of a rehabilitation center. I would ask P.S. Johnson to speak some more because she's very much intimate in the process.
We share some of his sentiments with regard to the need to urgently find places to treat the child offenders. The law clearly states that they are required to be placed in rehabilitation facilities, and if they're on remand, in remand facilities. As an interim measure, what we did seek to create was a facility at St. Jude's, a separate and private wing at St. Jude's to accommodate the girls. And we did the same thing at St. Michael's. Unfortunately, that interim facility is still in a state of completion. It is it is able right now to accommodate the boys, but we are now doing the high security fencing. So that facility by the 10th of July should be ready and should be able to be certified as a rehab facility by the Children's Authority. So those are the interim measures. The St. Jude's facility for girls, that has been completed, and that's available, so we won't have a situation where we have to put the girls at the female prison any longer. The long-term arrangement is to create facilities that meet all the standards for boys and girls who are on remand or are convicted and are to be rehabilitated. And as Pierre said, we are looking at the refurbishment of YTC to treat with the boys, and we now have plans to create a facility separate and apart from St. Jude's for the girls. And those plans are, we're working with NIPDEC to create that facility to treat with the matter in the long term. Yeah, we understand that the matter has to be treated urgently, and so we have been trying our best. As PS said, we have a $72 million arrangement that we in terms of the accommodation for all children, and within that is the focus right now is on the remand rehab facilities, long term for the boys and the girls.
Yeah, if I may just switch gears to the ecclesiastical organizations. Could you provide us, Madam PS, with a detailed breakdown of the $1.5 million that have been allocated to ecclesiastical organizations? And could you share with us as well, how is this money, how would it benefit directly these organizations on an individual basis in terms of a breakdown in allocations? I would like to know how this is going to benefit these organizations. Because we have this figure of $1.5 million, and I'm sure that there are several organizations that would benefit from it. Could you give us a detailed breakdown of these organizations? And how do we go about monitoring and evaluating the efficient use, the efficient spending, and whether we are getting value for our monies that are being allocated to these ecclesiastical organizations?
Just, if I could just assist in the interest of time, if I'm not mistaken, there is a policy to be worked out, and it's just in draft. It hasn't been approved, and there's an undertaking that that policy, once approved, will be shared. What I may ask, though, is would you all be in a position to say what structures are envisaged for evaluating and the expected benefit of this kind of program without touching on a policy that is not yet approved?
Thank you. One would expect that when the body is approached for funding, they will come with a proposal. And the proposal will have very clearly work breakdown structure, and with respect to using the project management approach, also very clearly to identify the usage that they're going to, so we can be able to track what you are going to do. From our research, we have seen in the past a lot of the funding allocated to these organizations in two areas largely: to assist in probably repairs of their buildings and also for events, right? We are seeing that we would need to see to ensure that when you submit your proposal, that we can be able to have you in and interview and also do some site visits and ensure at the end of the day that you submit receipts or even some sort of report with respect to how the funds have been utilized. But as we said before, this matter is in draft policy, and we're moving forward.
Madam Chair, through you. My question deals with the accountability of the accounting officer and fraud. All right? Can you tell me what systems are in place to ensure that financial procedures and practices are adhered to and in keeping with the Exchequer and Audit Act, financial regulations and instructions, and the Cabinet's decisions?
Thank you. We are guided by that act, and to support us in that regard, we do have our internal audit system. And we have an internal auditor. She's here right today. And what the auditor has to do is submit at the beginning of the year her annual work programs. And inside of there, they will visit and submit reports. When we get the reports, the accounting officer will look at it. We'll be able to approach the different divisions to find out what is happening there. And also to try and see how best to engage in service improvement, if it is training that is required or whatever other physical requirements that have been put up front to treat with that. And the issue of fraud, we are guided, is very clear. Section 131 and 132 of the Exchequer and Audit Act is very clear of what we have to do, because when we see, based on the auditor's report, if there's any finding, that we have a responsibility to report to the Treasury, as well as if it is any issue of fraud, we have an obligation to report, lay that before the police for investigation to take place. And there's also a responsibility as well. If we are seeing that, we also have responsibility to inform the Service Commissions Department that this is an incident, and whoever is accountable for the funding at that time for action to be taken in that regard. In the case of the homes that fall under this particular study here, what we are doing here, we have the internal audit. They go into the homes and they do the audit as well. When we get it, we approach the boards because they have a responsibility to treat with those issues. In one case where we found that there was an issue, we reported it to the police. We are fraudulent. It was an allegation of fraud based on the auditor's report. And we got an independent auditor to come in and do audits at that home. And that matter was referred currently to the police and is currently being addressed there right now. So we follow the Exchequer and Audit Act, to the letter, to be able to guide us in actually treating with those issues of ensuring that there's not fraudulent practices in the organizations.
Thank you.
I have just one more question.
Okay, Member
What penalties are in place for entities found of child abuse?
Well, the issue that will be guided by the Children's Act, and very clearly the manageress as well, that will have to be reported to the police as well, and it will become a criminal matter. Okay, and in that regard, based on the outcome, that entity may be decertified, or no longer be eligible for license under the new regime.
All right, thank you very much. Member Duki.
Sorry. You highlighted the benefit of your internal audit function. The question in that regard is it adequately staffed? Is the operations of your audit function adequately staffed in terms of the number of manpower and the relevant skill set?
I would say No, be given the magnitude of the responsibility, but I would really like my internal auditor, if you may, to speak to those issues because it's intimate to.
Thank you. Currently, in terms of the staff of the internal audit unit, there are 5 persons, including myself. With the coming of the homes and these NGOs that we have now, the work has expanded. I am new to office of the Prime Minister, and as I understand, their portfolio wasn't so large before. So there is some planning. I have to look at our work program for the rest of the year, seeing that we have the NGOs and the homes, and see where we need the manpower. We have auditing assistants. We have myself as auditor 2 acting. So I think going forward, looking at the rest of the year's work, we may need to increase the staff.
All right, just one more quick, because I think I see the benefit of the child care plan approach to costing. My question regarding that is, who is responsible for designing the child care plan?
So would respond?
The child care team at the homes are responsible for designing the plan in collaboration with the Children's Authority. So at all the 4 major homes, what we have installed, we have installed the child care teams, and they are working with the Children's Authority to have the children assessed and have the plans drawn up for individual care for each child.
So it is a collaborative approach?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And might I just ask CPS, I am interested in this National Association of Administrative Profession and that subvention of, I think it's $1 million. Yes? Which is for the refurbishment of a building that exists. I just wanted to ask, I've seen no expenditure for this at all. And payment is to be determined subject to a site visit. Has this site visit taken place?
It has been, and their challenge, as a matter of fact, we have asked the Ministry of Works to visit and see how best that they can advise, because from what we have seen that the cabinet in 2009 agreed to assist the association because their strategic plan was to establish a finishing school for administrative professionals. And in order for them to be accredited, they needed to have the facility up to mark. And that is where the funding, but what we to date, we have given them 300,000, and we have noted that they haven't done much with it. So we will have to make some decisions there with respect to how we move forward with them on that.
So this 300,000 was given in this fiscal year? Because this is approved since 2011.
Yes.
And every project is supposed to have a scope and a time frame.
That's right.
So it means between 2011 and 2016, this has been coming under subsidies and transfers as a project.
Yes.
And I think the question I'm really asking is, how is this really classified as a project if there seems to be no time frame and possibly no scope?
Well, that is an issue we are addressing right now, and we are saying that based on what Ministry of Works inform us, it would put us in a position to probably in a best position to advise the cabinet in moving forward, because it seems as though they are having serious difficulty in moving forward in completing their building.
Then can I ask you, PS, if once that determination is made, if you can therefore in writing share with the committee what is the plan for this particular, and I put it in inverted commas, project?
Certainly, Chair.
Member Ramkisoon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have listened to your responses in relation to children's homes, and I learned of your internal audit involvement as well as your best practices used in your children's home. And I looked at the submission on the children's home, and that's number 33 on the spreadsheet if you want to follow. And I also look at the capacities of the homes, and I would just like some clarification on how you determined how much money would be allocated to this private community residence or children's home. For example, we saw the Credo Alwood house was allocated $100,000 for 5 children, when the Ferdin's Place Children's Home was allocated $45,000 for 11 children. And the Mothers Union Children's Home was allocated $45,000 for 10 children. So how are these figures determined? Because it's from the mathematics, it's not looking per child, it's looking as for something else. So, because some homes were given much more and wasn't related much for the capacities, because we're looking at the table that was submitted for capacities. So if you could just share some information.
The subventions awarded to the homes were based historically on their submission to the former Ministry of Social Development, and they would have submitted information specific to what their costs were like to manage their homes. It is out of this a submission would have been made to Cabinet and a decision to fund in the particular amount that we're seeing here. And what we were indicating previously is that this is not a fair and equitable system that we're using, and that's why we want to discontinue this system and move towards a cost per child system. So you're rightly seeing here that it's not equitable, and that's what we want to move away from, and that's what the policy is all about.
Okay, and Mrs. Johnson, maybe you could just help us in terms of would that policy also apply to the children's homes, not the community residences? There are some other homes that you refer to. Would it apply to all?
They're all considered community residences under the law. The only distinction here is the 4 large ones in Jude's, which we call state homes, because we fund nearly 100% of the expenditure associated with those operations. But the other 46 are the small, privately owned homes, like Bridge of Hope, Casa de
The reason why I was asking is that, well, we only seen 12 here or 14.
Yeah, well, those are the ones we currently fund, Madam Chair. But there are others which
once they qualify,
who are not, who are not receiving anything.
And therefore, if they're not receiving anything, are they then still under the scrutiny of monitoring and evaluation in terms of standard of care?
By the Children's Authority, but not by the ministry, because they're not receiving a subvention.
And what I want to also ask is, some homes or residences may be getting financial assistance otherwise, through donations and so on. Is there any reporting function to the ministry, any monitoring and evaluation by the ministry? Now we're talking about only those that are assisted by you, because it means they have other sources of revenue.
And that is monitored on a quarterly basis, because they receive the subvention on a quarterly basis. So each quarter, they provide a report for us, their quarterly report. We have trained them to do this reporting with this reporting system. They do that reporting. We do our investigation to determine that the monies are being applied appropriately, and then we release the subvention.
Yes. And that reporting is according to the template that you had. Yes, thank you. Anybody else?
Madam Chair, as we're speaking about children's homes, it was noted in the spreadsheet that there was 2 homes I kind of considered. One where one of the child was over the age of 18, and one home where it was over the capacity holding and they had more children. I don't know if the new policy would be dealing with how you're going to deal with these cases, because I don't know what you all have in place to deal with this, because I would not like to see a home holding more children than it should. So
the policy does not speak to funding children over the age of 18. A home's decision to keep a child beyond 18 arises for several reasons. The child cannot be reintegrated. It would mean putting out a child on the street and leaving them as a vagrant. And some homes have decided to keep 1 or 2 of them who you just cannot place them. And we spoke about earlier the entire care plan for children. We have created, we're in the process of commissioning a transition home for boys. We want to do the same thing for girls so that we can place those children and allow them to transition into normal life by providing them with the support necessary, finding jobs, giving them the skills required to live alone, and that sort of thing. That's the overall plan to treat with those children who require transition.
So those are really young adults?
Yes, over 18.
Yeah, over 18. Okay, and I just want to ask one other thing, the breakdown, the spread I saw. In terms, again, and I understand it will most probably be the Children's Authority, but again, in terms of any sort of reporting function, I've seen some really wide age spreads based on something you've sent, like children 2 to 14, 2 to 18. And in terms of, and I don't know if would be a policy department would look at that, in terms of how is the segregation for the care, because I expect the needs of a 2-year-old will be very different from the needs of a 15-year-old, and certainly securing the vulnerable from the older children. In terms of your monitoring and evaluation, is that taken into account?
That will be taken into account by the Children's Authority, but in terms of how we are paying, we have categorized the children. So 0 to 4, that child does not require any psychosocial analysis, so we would not pay for that kind of service for the child. So we have done it in categories based on age, so we are paying according to the age group that the child falls in.
So in terms of your monitoring and evaluation is really just a sort of financial base?
Yes, Madam Chair, but remember, we have a child team at the ministry, which has responsibility for overall monitoring and ensuring that we meet the standards of the Convention on the Rights of the Child.
Okay, thank you. Member Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask a question of Ms. Lucas. She mentioned earlier about the support for the homes, and she mentioned the La Hocata home as one of those homes that receive some kind of budgetary support. Now, I know that the home has a relationship with the Child Welfare League and also with Civil, and I know of the home because I've visited it, and the resources that are given to the home aren't really adequate. In terms of we're talking about children here, and it's a children's home. And so we agreed to make this subvention, and we assume that the Child Welfare League and Civil will be able to gather enough resources to have the children, and it's young children who are kept there, to support them. From what I've seen, that is not always the case. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, what do you do to ensure that the budgetary support that you give to these homes is adequate, or that the quality of service to the children is something that we would all desire.
Just to clarify, you're talking about a home in Lohoketa, right?
Yes.
But the Lohoketa Center I mentioned was actually the Center for the Adolescent Mothers Program, which isn't a home. It's like a training center or a day-to-day schooling, if you
It's more than that because children live there.
No, sorry. I think maybe there's a miscommunication.
We're only funding that part. Remember, we only fund the program.
Well, okay, the part that
we fund is
okay. We were at the center a couple of weeks ago because we're conducting an evaluation at the moment. And as far as I'm aware, that it's not a residential center. It's where they come in, and there's a nursery on site, but they don't stay there overnight, as far as I'm aware. If there is that home function, we do not fund that aspect of it. What we do is we fund the Child Welfare League head office, and then they disburse as necessary. So in terms of your question in asking for quality of service, if it's in respect to the home function, as P.S. Johnson would have mentioned before, that would be mostly with Children's Authority, with whom we try to triangulate the reports that they send to us. And in terms of adequacy of funds, with the evaluations that we conduct and any assessments and reviews that we try to conduct, we would then look at the funding. Most of the times, if organizations need more funding, they would submit an application for an increase in subvention, which would then go through the review process as necessary.
Let me just be clear. Who submits the applications? The Child Welfare League or the, because there's supposed to be a relationship with civil, I think, or the people who actually run the home? Who submits it?
It would be the Child Welfare League, because they are the organization to whom we give subventions.
Can I just ask, and these are going to be the last two questions in the interest of time, and therefore, members, any other questions we could submit to the Permanent Secretary in writing, and I'm sure we'll have their usual cooperation. Member Bodo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is just a simple one through your PS to Ms. Tracy Lucas. With regards to the expenditure on the Child Welfare League, do you have a number in terms of how many mothers may have benefited for the expenditure for this period?
We can supply that information to you in writing.
Thank you.
Member Mark?
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Permanent Secretary, I would like to have some clarification on behalf of the committee. We are dealing with transfers and subsidies, but there is no development program here, and there is no infrastructural development access or program here as well. Now, we all are aware that the Office of the Prime Minister has embarked upon a program of restoration of many buildings in Port Spain and beyond. I can tell you what I've read in the newspapers thus far. The Red House, which is the seat of Parliament, the Magnificent Seven around the Queen's Park Savannah, if I'm not mistaken, President's House is included, among others. Now, it is restoration, rehabilitation, is there any allocation in your program, in your budget, in your allocation thus far for such activities in terms of restoration work at the Red House or the Magnificent Seven? Would you want to share with us? Because we have been reading, but I see we only have before us transfers and subsidies and no development or consolidated programs. So where is this coming from? Is this a fact or is it just my imagination?
Chair. Remember, it is not your imagination. The cabinet is addressing that issue. In respect to two of the magnificent or historical buildings, we have some funding for them, and under the Parliament, some funding was allocated as well, and that is being addressed as well. But I know that the Stolmeyer's Castle, as well as the Red House, some fundings are there to actually get the projects, those projects ongoing and Whitehall. I don't have the information that you seek here at present, because what we were told, this was not part and parcel of what we would have been asked here today, but we would have, what we require is to get the additional information and provide it to you at some later stage.
So can I ask then, Madam PS, that if we can get that within a week, please?
Certainly.
With respect to the funding.
Sure.
And the sources.
Thank you.
For those additional projects. Okay, and I just want to ask you, lastly, Madam PS, we said that the committee is supposed to assist. And therefore, I think it would be remiss of us if we don't ask you, having regard to your remit and this particular portfolio, if there is any aspect you would like to share with us that you feel that the committee could be of assistance in helping you gain greater efficiencies and value for money.
Chair, this morning I was looking at the Parliament channel and I saw the Auditor General before the PCA responding. And certainly the issue of internal audit, that's an area that we really and truly need some assistance. And from our discussion here today, you would see basically we are just dealing with one aspect of the challenges that where we are dealing with children, as well as other, those institutions who are out there assisting in achieving the goals with respect to providing the necessary care and attention to the children. We would certainly like, as far as possible, to have an integrated approach. And we are working in that regard with other agencies, the agencies such as the Ministry of Social Development, as well as Community Development as well, to make sure, and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, so that we can be able to address some of these problems that we are seeing with respect to our children. For us, less children in the homes would be better, and we are trying as far as possible to be able to achieve that. So as far, advocacy, in some way, we would really like to deal with that, put assistance from the committee in that regard.
So I want to thank you, Madam PS, and your team, Ms. Richardson, Ms. Mirage, Mr. Barry, Ms. Rahim, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Lucas, and Ms. Parkinson for your attendance here, for assisting us in this discussion and for us understanding your work, the discharge of your responsibility in the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you very much, and you all are relieved.
Thank you.
This meeting is now suspended for the officers of the Office of the Prime Minister to leave, and then we will take the next agency, which is the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
In Laos, a landlocked country in Southeast Asia, more than 60% of its nearly 7 million citizens are under 24 years of age. Many live in mountainous areas and remote villages, making it extremely difficult for health workers to reach them. Especially young women like Tong, who lives in Senabukun village and is in need of family planning.
มาปรึกษาอันอยู่ที่นี่สถานที่นี่แม่นให้อยากฮู้เกี่ยวกับยาคุมและก็ซักยา
Tong is not alone. Many women in Laos desperately need reproductive health services, but access to even the nearest health center is difficult. To improve access, UNFPA, the UN Population Fund, is partnering with the government to make contraceptive commodities more readily available. Ritzvina Di Alwes is UNFPA's deputy representative in Laos.
There is a huge unmet need for family planning. So getting the commodities to the women becomes absolutely essential, because it's also, we are talking about women's rights to their own bodily integrity, and without the commodities, they cannot exercise their rights.
Upon arrival in Laos, the commodities are stored in a central warehouse before distribution to provincial warehouses across the country. From there, the stocks are dispatched to district warehouses and local health centers on demand. UNFPA is also working on a volunteer program to recruit community-based distributors, or CBDs. Buthone Kangfongma has been selected from his community. He delivers contraceptives from the district warehouse to families who need it most. Buthone knows how important it is to space children from his own experience.
นั่นแต่ก่อนก็มันบ่มีโครงการได้ลูกหางก็สิได้หลายหั่นเฮ็ดตามประชีประชาคันว่ามีโครงการเนี่ยของมื้อนี้ก็อีบ่หลายปานนั้นดอก
Buthone's job can be tricky at times, says Dr. Kankeo Inthapakti, manager of the government-run warehouse in Vientiane, the capital city.
ฝนตกบ่หรือว่าไปยากมันไกลบ่มีทางเปื้อนทางหยังมันก็ใช้เวลาสมมุติว่าอาทิตย์ปกติยามแล้งนี่อาทิตย์นึงมันก็ใช้เวลา2อาทิตย์จังซั่นเขาจะไปฮอดบางเทื่อจะใส่เดินเรือบ่บางเทื่อก็ย่างไปหั่นนะ
CBDs like Buthone receive in-depth training on the various methods of contraception available to families. Their efforts seem to be working, as pregnancy rates have declined in Laos. Reducing this rate requires greater investment to bring family planning to more women in this mountainous region.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
This public meeting of the 11th Parliament of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee is now resumed, and I just wish to remind that the purpose is to examine the 2016 expenditure of 4 departments. We have already examined one department, that is the Office of the Prime Minister, and we shall now look at the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service under the following subheads: current transfers and subsidies, development program consolidated fund, and infrastructure development fund. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the representatives of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and I now invite them to please introduce themselves.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. I am Stephen Williams, Commissioner of Police Acting. Present with me, the other members will introduce themselves.
Felix Pearson, Head Planning, Research and Project Implementation, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Sumit Ramrup, Head Administration, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Lalauti Dwaraka Balrup, Acting Accountant Executive 1, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Ramdi Ramisa, Head Finance and Accounts.
Trevor Bossier, Head Internal Audit.
Andy Bradshaw, Superintendent Finance, Acting.
Thank you very much, and can I just invite the members of the committee to kindly introduce themselves, starting my extreme right.
Hi, Alison Bash, member.
Afternoon, Daniel Duki, member.
Afternoon, Maxi Kafi, member.
Afternoon, Lakram Bodo, Vice Chairman.
Good afternoon, Wade Mark, member.
Good afternoon, Melissa Ramkisoon, member.
Good afternoon, Nicole Olivier, member.
And I am Bridget Anizet George, chairman. To open the conversation, I will invite the Commissioner of Police Acting to just give some opening comments with respect to the matters under the consideration of the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman and members of the committee, just to indicate that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service continues to focus on making best use of the available resources given to us. We seek to comply with all the requirements, financial regulations, and other provisions. Make the necessary applications for releases in accordance with the various heads, current transfers and subsidies, development program, and the infrastructure development fund. We seek to comply with all the
necessary rules and regulations as we proceed with making use of the releases under the various heads that are provided to us.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Acton. And I just want to lead off the discussion in asking you, as the accounting officer, if you could explain to us your accountability to the Parliament, and with respect to that, you would have had maybe delegated and devolved some responsibility to others, and how do you oversee that in discharge of your ultimate responsibility?
By way of accounting to the Parliament, we so do by way of responses, by way of the various committees that Parliament has provided. For instance, this Public Administration and Appropriation Committee, and we provide all the necessary documentation, support, and referencing for the manner in which the monies allocated to us would have been effectively utilized. For the purposes of carrying out my function as the accounting officer, I'm effectively supported by a team, and that team comprises the head of finance, supported by the accounting executive out of that very said finance department, and we do have the head internal audit providing us with support services in the context of auditing internally for the organization. We have other heads who provide additional support as it relates to the developmental program. The head planning provides that additional support.
I'm sorry. I want to invite members of the committee to now ask any questions to get some clarification on any issues, and I will start off by asking Member Bash.
Madam Chair, through you, can the Commissioner of Police outline the performance management system in place for assessing the training and development needs of the police officers? And can you give an overview on what high-level plans considers?
Commissioner.
Honorable Chairman and members, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has, by way of the general performance of the organization, we have a performance management and appraisal system for the individual performance of officers. That is effectively managed, monitored, followed through by the support of the human resource, the branch of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. A senior human resource officer is effectively assigned to that portfolio and does that as a mainstay function throughout the given year.
Member Bash?
Yes. My other question has to do with the police youth clubs. Can you provide context on the monitoring and evaluation of the police youth clubs? What systems are in place? Can you confirm value for money invested, and what are the key performance indicators that support same?
As it relates to the police youth clubs, we do in fact have, by way of the organization, an assigned executive officer in the person of the Assistant Commissioner Community Relations, holding the portfolio for managing the activities of the police youth club. That office holder is effectively supported by a secretariat, community policing secretariat, which provides a support role for monitoring and assessing the functions of the individual youth clubs. Each youth club is supported by what we call a management committee, and that management committee comprises of the assigned police officers to the youth clubs and the respective members of the community who support the youth club, along with parents and guardians. We continue to monitor the functions of the youth clubs, but as it relates to youth clubs, it's really built around lifetime development. The youth clubs span 5 to 25 years, and when we are assessing, we do in fact assess consistent with the outcome, and I call it long-term outcome. For instance, quite recently, the Sangre Grande Police Youth Club had a revisiting function for the persons who would have passed through the youth club, and to my astonishment, some of the persons who appeared as members who went through the youth club and finally are making major contribution in the country, including the Chief Petty Officer of the Coast Guard, Fleet Chief Petty Officer, who is the head Chief Petty Officer in the Coast Guard, went through the Sangre Grande Youth Club. He gave an entire account as to the influence of the youth club on his life. The Immigration Officer 4, who is assigned for passport issuing and control out of the Port of Spain office, she also gave an account for the functioning of the youth club and the impact it had on her life. There was a staff sergeant out of the Defense Force, female, who also gave an account of the functioning and impact of the youth club on her life. I think right in the very said parliament, there are ministers and other representatives who can in fact give account out of the Roxborough Police Youth Club in Tobago, and they have actually publicly given an account. So there are obvious results, positive results and impact in the changing the direction of the life of young persons and molding and shaping them with the youth club and its historical flow as we do some reflection on what happens with youth clubs. On a current basis, there is always an assessment by way of academic achievement, sporting achievement, musical attainment, and we do that on an ongoing basis.
Member Bash? Member Bash?
Yes, okay. I just have one more question under current transfers and subsidies. It has to do with Interpol. All right, how has the knowledge and expertise received from member countries of Interpol benefited Trinidad and Tobago's fight against crime? Provide relevant information to prove that measures or mechanisms taken from the recommendations from member countries are utilized.
Commissioner?
Interpol, by way of the name, is really the lead police agency globally. What it does is create a network, a global network for exchange of information with a clear set system which identifies persons who are wanted. So you have different category of notices which are distributed, and you can identify persons who are wanted from other jurisdictions. Trinidad and Tobago over the years have in fact detained persons consistent with the requirements of other countries and the various notices, and facilitated the return of those persons to those countries. In a similar way, when Trinidad and Tobago require somebody, we do in fact issue notices, and we can access the support of all the other countries using the mechanism of Interpol. By way of general visit, Interpol has various database which it is made available to all the member countries, Trinidad and Tobago being one. By way of passengers entering the jurisdiction, the Advanced Passenger Information System is effectively facilitated through Interpol. So you have numerous databases and other supporting software system for which Interpol provides the support to Trinidad and Tobago, and we benefit on a consistent basis.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Commissioner, just in terms of dealing with Interpol, and I think you've just enumerated a number of benefits. I haven't seen any expenditure to date for Interpol. I guess that's like an annual subscription fee?
Yes, we do an annual subscription fee to Interpol.
Yes.
So
But
that's the main
there's been-
contribution.
Yeah,
Other
but
than
there's
that,
been no expenditure to date? Am I correct?
Madam Chairman, we have paid all we are required to do with respect to Interpol is to pay our annual subscription fee, which we have done for the current fiscal.
When was that paid?
I was paid $150,000. Was paid in, this is as of June.
Oh, it was paid last month?
Yeah.
All right, okay, thank you very much. Member Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I wanted to go back a bit to the police youth clubs. I understand the benefits you outline. What I'm trying to get is the going back into the monitoring and evaluation. What metrics do you use to show that it is successful over the short term and even the longer term? Because somebody who, let's say in Sangre Grande, and turned out well, may have turned out well in any case. What I'm trying to find out is, do you have a goal when you establish a club in a particular area based on the profile of the area, the crime statistics, and are you able to say that in those areas where there is a heavy incidence of crime, that the clubs have been successful in reducing the level of criminality in that area over any time frame?
Commissioner?
The direct relationship to the reduction of crime, it's difficult for us to separate it by way of cause and effect relationship. However, there is obvious positive correlation between the activities of the youth clubs and the change in crime and crime patterns in some communities. And I'll give you an example. Bagatelle Youth Club was formed, and what we saw 1 year after the formation of Bagatelle Youth Club, with the engagement of the Bagatelle community, we saw an almost surprisingly large drop in crime, all categories of crime in the Western Police Station District. And the area of Bagatelle, we saw a massive drop. Now, while we identify a correlation between the work done by the Bagatelle Youth Club, we cannot establish that Bagatelle Youth Club by itself caused the change. But as you identify the linkage to crime, I can give that as an example, which is a recent example. As we analyze the reduction in crime in Western Division in 2015, we saw that as an obvious example of that reduction contributing to it.
Member Coffey?
Thank you for that, Commissioner. That's what I was really looking for. Now, I wanted to ask a question on the $5 million contribution to the ex gratia awards under households. And in your explanation, you said that the payments are made on an ad-required basis. I want to get an idea of the policy, what policy you have to determine what injuries are compensated for and how much is allocated depending on the kind of death. I want to get an idea how, because this is a matter that is in the public domain, and clearly you have a policy to address it, but we don't know what it is.
Compensation is not addressed by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service policy, it's addressed by the law. There is legislation which provides specifically, and there is a compensation committee set up under the Ministry of National Security, for which I believe the members are appointed by Cabinet. So that committee sits, people make the necessary applications in keeping with the law, and the committee make the determination as to how much can be paid by way of compensation for injuries. Injuries generally relate to some form of permanent whole or permanent partial disability. If it results in death, that issue, as the law exists now, amounts to 3 years gross salary compensation for the family of the deceased officer. So that is dealt with by way of the law.
In terms of the death, I understand that. In terms of the committee deliberating, there's no policy that informs the committee on how it treats with injuries. So they can come up with one figure for one injury, another figure for. I'm just trying to find what policy, because it says here on an as required basis. I'm trying to understand what that means.
That was really highlighted to say that there is no fixed way for the police service to account for the figures. We don't know when somebody will be injured. So as required basis basically means whenever events occur, the committee will in fact make their determination based on the application of the individual or the family. And then on the basis of the committee's allocation, we pay out the money. But the police service itself doesn't deal with the identification of the allocation. It is the committee which deals with that.
Member Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you'll forgive me for going back to the topic of the police youth clubs. You spoke so warmly about the positive impact, and you've given so many examples, really, of how it is making a difference in many of the communities. So I do want to commend the police service on this initiative. I have no personal stories to tell. I have not been a member, but there are a number of police youth clubs in my constituency, and I do, in fact, see the impact of it on the youths taking part. So I do commend you all for that effort. Now, I know that well, there has been a reduction in your allocation. So it was 5 million last fiscal year. It's now, it is 3 million for 2016. And I also know that 1 million of it is being diverted to Riverside Plaza. So I'm wondering, well, there are two things I'm wondering. One, are you satisfied with the allocations that you have been getting for the youth clubs? Secondly, well, what challenges do you anticipate then that you would have in managing the youth clubs properly coming out of the reduced allocation that you have gotten in this thing?
Commissioner?
I would answer partly, and I get support from Mr. Felix Pearson. As it relates to youth club activities, there are two areas for which funding is derived. What you are alluding to is under the developmental program, and I will ask Mr. Pearson to explain that. Generally, on an ongoing basis, under recurrent, we do have funding for youth clubs, so which will be explained separately. But the question that you pose is quite consistent with the developmental program.
The allocation that was given for the Police Youth Club under the development program was targeted largely to cater for accommodation for the police youth clubs, because we have had a proliferation of these clubs without adequate accommodation for them. The allocation really was woefully inadequate for this period, but we also were challenged with the issue of having to manage expenditure associated with Riverside Plaza, which the police service has recently occupied. We have an urgent need for the development of the services at the plaza because it currently houses a number of critical units for the police service. Because of the inadequacy of that allocation, the police service internally was forced to make an internal decision to reallocate some of the fundings to enable us to keep Riverside Plaza operational, to have the benefit of the critical units that operate there.
The community policing secretariat, part of it is also located there.
Yeah. Yes, and as well the community policing secretariat, which manages the issues around the police youth clubs, is also housed at Riverside Plaza. So again, to support the administration of the youth clubs, is critical that we make that facilitation as well.
Member Oliver?
Okay, well, given your challenges with accommodation, I am aware that some of the clubs would receive some level of support from national companies and corporations. So would you then seek to actively seek out some support from the wider community in supporting your activities given your reduced allocation? Is that something that you would actively seek support with?
Yes, actually we have been doing that. We have been reaching out to corporate Trinidad and Tobago for certain levels of support, and we have been receiving some support from corporate Trinidad and Tobago. One company within the state enterprise environment is NGC, which has sponsored just about, I think, 5 of our police youth clubs, and that has been a tremendous help for us. There are other companies who have been giving partial sponsorship to the youth clubs, so it helps us to basically run the youth clubs. On a general basis, we have around 5 million, which we are assigned for running the youth clubs, and we have in excess of 100 police youth clubs. So if you just do the maths, it really, you can't do much with any one youth club. So the youth club, they generally try to reach out, raise some funds with different little activities, whether it's a barbecue or whatever, to help the youth clubs continue to run. But it increases the relationship within communities because you have the adults all working together. And one of the positive things is that you have a lot of retired persons volunteering their service to assist young people through activities in the youth club by teaching young persons different forms of skill and training.
Member Bodo?
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on the police youth clubs, and I just want to take the opportunity to commend the Faizabad Police Youth Club, who are doing a wonderful job, and I was fortunate to be part of a march against crime 2 weeks ago, and to say that, you know, that they're doing a good job. But Commissioner, my question really relates to training, and in particular to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Academy, with the allocation of $23 million. And of course, while there are many, many good officers out there on the streets, the question sometimes of training comes up. So the question would be, are you happy with the level of training that is currently given to police officers? And if I may follow by asking, in terms of the number of officers who would be trained during the year?
I would answer the question on whether I'm happy. I would never be necessarily happy until the police service is performing at its best, supported by the extended training. But we do, in fact, have extensive training taking place around the year, all 12 months of the year, out of the police academy. But also, we focus on extending our training beyond the police academy also to other institutions supporting the police service. We have institutions such as the Atalogja Graduate School of Business. All the short courses that they offer, we assign police officers to attend those short courses. And we seek all the other support from COSTAT, UE, and all the other local institutions. But we also extend training beyond the academy, looking at other institutions, external Trinidad and Tobago, to support the development of our officers. But training is really the lifeblood of the development of the police service. So we have to continue to aggressively pursue training. Part of the challenge with the academy, there was a historical need for some level of expansion. We haven't been able to pursue the expansion of the police academy over recent years. That would have been through the developmental program. The funding for that expansion hasn't taken place, so that we can do much more at the police academy.
Yeah, just a follow-up, Commissioner. I see that you're in the process of seeking accreditation with the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago. Can you indicate how far along you are in that process, or how close you are to achieving that?
Well, we are progressing pretty well. We have reached the point of registration, which is a stage given prior to accreditation. We have a team working on a continuous basis. We have been engaging some level of consultation with some of the other institutions. We have gotten some support by way of some expertise, some of the key personnel out of COSTAT giving us some support as we shape the process to get accreditation, and we have been getting some support out of some staffing by UE in the form of a partnership arrangement. We have also gotten some support out of UTT. So we are reaching out to the other institutions, established institutions in Trinidad and Tobago, to aid us on our way forward, and we have been getting that voluntary support from the other agencies. So we have a committee going, and it's ongoing, hoping that we can achieve accreditation within, we project within a year to a year and a half.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions, and one stems from the previous member's contribution just now on the Trinidad and Tobago Academy, which is 04/009/02. And I saw that transfer was approximately $5.4 million. And when I looked at the breakdown, I was unable to really follow what was the allocation, because I'm seeing different numbers, but I don't know for what. So if you could just share some enlightenment on that, because I'm seeing different values, but I'm not sure for what. And that was provided on number 6 in the submissions under current transfers and subsidies. My second question.
Member, might I just ask that you
allow them? Okay, all right.
I take some assistance from Mr. Ramisa, Head of Finance.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and through you, Madam Chair. The amount provided, the allocation provided to the Police Academy of $23 million is really to meet all the recurrent expenses with respect to the Police Academy, which includes training, which includes minor equipment, everything of a recurrent nature. So the allocation that you would see on a monthly basis would be in respect of meeting those recurrent expenses on a monthly basis. So every time we...
Sorry, where are you reading from? This...
No, I think the question you had asked, member, is that you had seen, yes, $5.39 million.
All right.
But you're seeing releases, and you were wondering how is that made up.
All right.
And I think that is what the officer is trying to explain. It's not necessarily a sum every, no, but I think you need to read this in terms of when this allocation was made up too. Because there is a time schedule to the left. Right? DD's date of disbursement. Mr. Ramisa.
Yes.
If you look at page 3 of the submission.
Yes.
Okay, so that the way I understand this only takes us up to the 12th month. 2015.
Yes, this was only done up to
the 12th month 2015.
Yes.
But in terms of the allocation that the member is looking at, that is in the complete right-hand corner.
All right. So
of the table. Yes.
Okay.
No. What I think this shows is that even though there's an allocation of 23 million, only 5.39 have been transferred to the entity thus far.
Yes.
And that not thus far talking real time. We're talking December 2015.
That's right.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually February 2016. It's not
Yes.
sorted. The dates are not in order. So if you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4th, it's actually the 12th of the 2nd month, 2016. So yes, that's what I'm asking is, so what if for the month of October 2015, I saw $2 million go to that academy. For the November 2015, I saw $3 million. I'm actually seeing in December 2015 a loss of 610. I don't know what that's about, but yeah. So and then the total here was
5.3.
Yes,
Okay.
5.3 million. Well,
But maybe I should take some time to explain the current transfers and subsidies to the police academy. Now, it is part of the recurrent expenditure of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Now, in order for us to do the transfers, and I'm saying that very loosely, because the accounts with respect to the police academy is still maintained at the sub-accounting unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, so that all the accounting records are maintained at the police head office on a monthly basis, based upon what the police academy would require to run the academy for any particular month. They would first of all do an annual projection, and then they would do a quarterly projection of their recurrent expenses. And based upon those projections, we would do a request for the releases to the Ministry of Finance, who would most times do a monthly release to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Now, what we are seeing here, the $2 million and the $3 million and the $1 million are actually monthly releases in respect of the police academy to meet their recurring expenses. Now, the loss, let me explain, that's not really a loss. What has happened is that during this period, there were some challenges with respect to other areas of accounting. Now, because of the financial situation, we had to do what is called a transfer, a virement, an approved transfer of funds from the police academy's account to another account. So that is why the $610,000 is appearing as a minus here. It simply means that we have transferred that to another area where the need is more critical. It's releases.
Member Rankisoon?
thank you. My second question.
Yes.
As one of the ways that you have identified of how you oversee and account for these allocation of funds, you have submitted it in a form of an appropriation account report, yes?
Yes.
Right, and how regularly do you do these reports, and when was the last one you have submitted?
All right, the appropriation account is generally the final accounts that is prepared at the end of the financial year. So that's like the financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, which is required under the law to be submitted to the Auditor General and the Comptroller of Accounts also, and which is eventually laid in Parliament. Now, leading up to the appropriation account, there are other accounts, periodic accounts that need to be prepared. For example, on a monthly basis, we are required to prepare an expenditure statement, which is forwarded to the Ministry of Finance, detailing the expenditure and commitments and releases under each line item of expenditure. That is done on a monthly basis. On a monthly basis also, we need to do a reconciliation statement of all checks issued and unpaid checks, which is also done on a monthly basis and submitted to both the Comptroller of Accounts and the Auditor General. Now, over the 12-month period, you would find that all these records are put together with other records that are kept in the accounting unit. For instance, we have the vote books, which is a ledger, which is where you are maintaining accounts. We have the vouchers, the daily abstracts. And I'm saying that to say that all these accounts that are paid on a periodic basis are used to generate the appropriation account. So whatever we do during the year in terms of preparing financial documents are all geared towards those final accounts, which is the appropriation account.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramisa. Member Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner of Police and the team. On the transfers and subsidies, given the nature of national security and particularly policing in Trinidad and Tobago and at this time, how would you describe the releases from the Ministry of Finance thus far to meet your requirements on the transfers and subsidies? Would you say that the releases are timely? Would you say that you are having major challenges in accessing releases from the Ministry of Finance? And if you are, how is this impacting on your responsibilities as it relates to your service to Trinidad and Tobago?
Commissioner?
I would say at this point in time, the releases are not timely. It does, in fact, impact the functioning of the police service on an ongoing basis. It places some serious challenge on us to deal with the delay in releases. However, in light of what we receive, we continue to do our best in serving the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago by way of providing policing service on a daily basis.
Would you wish to suggest to this committee to assist you and the police service in an effort to carry out your responsibility more efficiently and effectively as it relates to timely releases of funds that are critical to you carrying out your functions?
Well, if the committee could influence the timely releases, we will be ever thankful. So we will suggest if the committee could influence that, we'll be very thankful. It will aid us in carrying out our function more efficiently.
May I also ask the question as it relates to the Police Service Academy or the Police Academy? We know that you have to recruit the best. The methods that you employ in training have to satisfy best international practice. But we have a crisis among young people in this nation, especially males. I would like you to share with us what are some of the challenges the police service is experiencing in recruiting quality personnel to train and to release in the society to do policing work. And if you can also tell us what are the numbers involved in batches that are released. I do not know if it's every 6 months you release a certain number of police officers into the society. You can explain that to us. And how much is required on a yearly basis? 1,000 police officers are needed to be released every year? 600? How many are being released on a yearly basis? And what are the challenges you are experiencing as police commissioner in recruiting quality personnel for training purposes in this country?
All right, may I just intervene here and just say that I'm not certain that the question will come under the heads that we're examining, and it may cause some embarrassment to the acting commissioner of police, so that if that information could be supplied to the committee in writing, I would say a week from now would be a reasonable time.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
You're welcome. Coffee, Dookie.
I'm going back to Interpol. I think the commissioner, the acting commissioner, made reference to the use of some ICT platform in terms of maximizing the benefits that come out of that relationship with Interpol. The question I want to ask in that regard, is that do you think the ICT architecture that you have now is sufficient to maximize the benefit that you can get from that relationship the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has with Interpol?
I would say the infrastructure, yes, is sufficient to maximize what is available out of Interpol. What we have to do is continue to make best use of all the applications available through Interpol, and that's what the organization is doing. We have identified all that is available from Interpol, and we are working on building capacity to effectively maximize the usage of everything that Interpol brings on board, including the training facilities that Interpol has brought on board. They have just developed a major cybercrime institute in Singapore, and we do in fact seek to use that by sending officers to training in relation to cybercrime out at the Singapore Institute.
Might I invite Member Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, the police commissioner as an accounting officer is a relatively new development in terms of the law. And I wanted to get from you an idea of how it has worked since you were the link from the Ministry of National Security in terms of the accessing funding and managing your own budget. I want to get an idea of how effective it has been in terms of being able to respond more quickly to the demands of the police service, and is it to get an idea of the specific benefits you have seen from the Office of the Police Commissioner being an accounting officer?
Well, speaking for the organization, I would say it's like a dream come true, because that simply says that the level of difficulty that we would have faced in the past to access releases, funding, support from the Ministry of National Security, it took a lot of time to get anything done. At this point in time, with the Commissioner of Police being the accounting officer, we can in fact deliver with speed. You have the support mechanism and the team who will provide all the necessary paperwork, and the Commissioner office is just one floor away from the other offices, and the approvals can in fact be given in a very timely manner. That allows the organization to continue with the flow of its business in a more timely fashion.
I don't want this to seem like an unfair question, but so the power is given for a particular reason, that you'll be able to access resources more quickly and for the police service to become more efficient. And it has not translated into any of the issues that were identified. And so I don't want to tread on the same ground that Senator Mark was asking, but I'm trying to get an idea of how this greater access to resources and the new model has benefited the taxpayers, the citizens, in terms of the fight against crime and making the police service more effective.
I can speak to it by way of output and outcome. The police service, given a boost of resources, take the resources, for instance, a boost of mobility. We change our policing model from a reactionary model. We got 320 vehicles. We changed the policing model from a reactionary model to a service-oriented model, meaning that we can be out there 24/7 in the communities and deliver service in a more timely manner. By that change, we saw an instant drop in the levels of serious crime. That instant drop amounted to 26.3% reduction, the largest reduction in the history of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. It occurred by changing the model. So the boost given by way of the resources allowed us to change the policing model. We see the results in relation to presence out there, and then we see the results in relation to significant drop in serious crime.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'll just invite in the order Member Oliver and Member Ramkisoon, and I'd ask members after if we can just look at the consolidated fund and the IDF in the interest of time. Any other questions on current transfers and subsidies you can send in writing. Member Oliver.
Thank you. We're looking at the development program under the consolidated fund, looking at the establishment of a community safety partnership. Well, there's no project start date. There's just an allocation of $1 million. I'd be interested to know exactly what this community safety partnership entails. What are the items you expected that you need the funds to expend on, and what are the expected outcomes of this project?
Well, that one is one such item which came out of new government policy position. The fleshing out of the details of that has not effectively been handed down to us. So we are not in a position at this point in time to give the details of that partnership arrangement.
Okay, might I ask now, invite Member Ramkisoon. And Member Ramkisoon, that question I think could apply to everything, so that I'll allow it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is directed in relation to internal audit, and I did look at your submission, and it showed that there was a change in the internal audit staffing, and the last internal audit only covered things like pension, leaves, arrears. I wanted to know what frequency you normally have your internal audit reports, as well as if your internal report looks at the value of your association, such as the Association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police, your youth clubs, all these things, is that under the remit of the internal audit?
Commissioner?
I pass to the head internal audit to give a response.
Now, the internal audit unit is a relatively new unit in the TTPS, having only come with the granting of the accounting officer status to the commissioner. So what is happening now is that the internal audit is now literally finding its feet. There was a period of time where they were without a head, literally, and I came on board from September last year, and what we have been trying to do is to put ourselves on a footing where we can address exactly those issues that you are speaking about. On the question of the value for money as far as these conferences and so on are concerned, that would be a little bit outside of our remit unless there was a specific outcome expected by the attendance at because we wouldn't be attending the conference to know whether the conference added value. The only way we would be able to assess that is if there was an expected outcome and it was achieved when the people came back, right? So it's difficult for us to really form a judgment on if a conference is something that would fall under the remit of the commissioner, based on whatever the purpose of the particular conference is. As far as other aspects of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, we have to basically do a risk assessment and decide, well, okay, which areas we would need to pay attention to with our limited resources, right? The reality is that for this financial year, most of our resources are now tied up in seeing about the back pay. That back pay is a huge exercise, and as a result, we have had to throw a lot of the resources in trying to get the TTPS in a position to be able to pay the back pay, right? So this means that the program that we would like to have had in place has literally being more or less put on hold for a little while until such time as that exercise is completed. Because the limited resources of the internal audit unit, I mean, the TTPS is a very large organization, and for us to have the unit going out there at the same time and checking the back pay is almost impossible. Right, so, but is something that is being addressed. We are looking at the structure of the internal audit right now, and that this is a matter that is being addressed proactively with the Commissioner and with PMCD.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up, since you're looking at the structure and you're the head of internal audit, what do you envision the internal audit to cover for the TTPS if it's not value for money?
Well, what it would be covering is basically all the financial aspects of the TTPS being a receiver of revenue and also being a disburser of funds from that are appropriated by Parliament. But more than that, what we have to do is to give the Commissioner the assurance that a lot of the internal control mechanisms that have been put in place, whether by means of standing orders or legislation or whatever it is, are being adhered to. All right. So what the internal audit sees itself doing is also performing a monitoring and an evaluation role, apart from the traditional financial audits, that we would also be assisting in that monitoring and evaluation role. So, to do exactly what you're talking about, you know, the value for money side of it, and to see whether there are ways that we could have done something rather than purchase a vehicle, if renting one would have made more sense and that kind of thing, right? So that is where we would like to head, but obviously the resources to do that would be different.
Member Bashk?
Through you, Madam Chair, does the Commissioner have a direct and distinct role with respect to monitoring and evaluating the projects implemented by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service? If yes, what is the role and how is that role performed?
The Commissioner of Police has an overall responsibility for all projects implemented by the police service. But the Commissioner depends on key personnel who are assigned direct role to monitor different projects that are implemented in the police service.
Okay, might I just ask, I'm looking now at your table, the Development Program Consolidated Fund, Commissioner, and I'm seeing a number of projects, and specifically the new projects, where there have been no expenditure, no allocations, and really I'm asking whether all of these projects are on hold, whether they're being reviewed, what is the status of them. And I could just maybe pinpoint a few to put us in context, like for instance, the refurbishment work to the social unit at the Trinidad Police Station, the refurbishment of work to the ground floor lobby at the Police Administration Building, all in new projects, refurbishment of the Police Commissioner's residence, and so on. There seems to be a consistent trend with the new projects, and I'm trying to find out what is happening with those.
Chairman, I'll ask Mr. Felix Pearson to give you full update on those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair. The police service basically has been affected on these projects for a number of different reasons. There is no one reason that affects all the projects across the board. In the examples you cited, for example, the Social Work Unit East, that project, the implementation of that project is dependent on the assignment of a property from the Property and Real Estate Services Division of the Ministry of Public Administration. So we made a provision for that unit anticipating that a property will be made available. We are still awaiting the allocation of that property from Property and Real Estate Services, and until such time, that allocation will remain in abeyance for us to implement that project. With respect to the Riverside Plaza projects, for example, we have an issue with respect to pending cabinet approval for a number of projects that were included in our draft estimates for this current fiscal period. Those matters are being addressed through the Ministry of National Security with the Minister to take the items to Cabinet, and we are awaiting the approval on those items before we can proceed. The other example, the Lobby Area Police Administration, that had to do as well with the issue of availability of releases for the administration of that project. So that what we have been able to do, managing proactively on the basis of the constraints that we have, is that we tend to do all the preparatory work for these projects, anticipating that once the releases become available, we'd be in a mode to proceed with immediate implementation.
Member Coffey, and after Member Coffey, Member Bash.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Piercy or the Commissioner, could you give an idea of what the plan for the refurbishment of the police commissioner's residence entails? Is it that we will have the commissioner returning to the resident? What's the plan here?
But if we're speaking about issue of occupancy, that's what is the intention. Over the years, we have not gotten any significant allocation. This time we have gotten something more than the last budget, and we are making some effort to utilize the funds out of the allocation so that we can progress the work at the commissioner's residence. But it is the plan to return to the residence.
Member Bash.
Okay, with all the projects listed at the various stages, can you indicate what percentage is handled directly by the project units of the TTPS, and what percentage is handled by UDOGOT?
Commissioner?
I'll ask Mr. Pearson to provide me with some support on that response.
Our project implementation format is that all the projects under the Consolidated Fund are managed through the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, through the Project Implementation Unit, and all projects under the IDF, the capital projects associated largely with the new stations construction program, they are managed through the UDOGOT.
Yes, Member Bash.
Okay, have you considered any new strategies with respect to project management? If yes, what are these new strategies, and what are the proposed timelines for implementation?
Commissioner?
I'll pass to Mr. Pearson.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have been exploring the opportunities for improvement with respect to project implementation. And a model that we have implemented this year that have worked very well for us has to do with the issue of doing as much of the pre-work and planning prior to the draft estimating period. So what we have done basically is done a lot of the scoping, a lot of the estimating, a lot of the tendering ahead of time so that we could be more efficient with respect to project implementation. We also have within that portfolio some major capital projects. For example, the Police Commissioner's residence works at the Police Training Academy, work at the old police headquarters and old San Fernando Police Station burnt out section, where we have major scope of works that tend to go beyond the scope of the resources that we have in-house. And for those purposes, we engage the services of other consultants, for example, NIPDEC and UDOGOT, to assist us with the engineering evaluations, provided the consultancies, and recommended approaches with respect to implementation.
Member Bodu.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, this relates to general public services, administrative services, and I refer to item 18, transformation of the police service. And the objectives there to implement initiatives geared towards improving public trust and confidence, increasing capacity, improving community relations, and promoting public order and safety. Quite laudable objectives, but I note that no expenditure to date. There has been no expenditure to date on this initiative, and I note that the project is to be limited. Can you perhaps comment or explain to the committee the status of this initiative?
By way of proposal, we did in fact identify a series of key project items for consideration under transformation. However, the allocation of funding from the budget was limited. So the limited allocation, we are focusing on utilizing it in the context of the police youth clubs, and we will have the expenditure taking place in the months of July, August to cover the limited resources.
Member Mark, before I take you, can I just entertain Member Ramkisoon?
Thank you. My question is in relation to the construction of the 9 new police stations. And it was submitted some very large figures, which I'm really trying to wrap my mind around. So I would like to ask if these figures includes furnishing of these police stations. Secondly, if we have 9 police stations, do we have a typical design of a police station? Is it that we're going to have a 3-story police station for all these? What is it? Do we have this commonality that we expect when a citizen walks in, they know this is a police station and this is what they expect? Because yes, it's 9 locations. And as I said, the funds are very high. And my third question is, it goes to the status of these projects. And for example, I see 95% completed, but in the status it says ongoing design phase. So does that mean it's 95% of the design phase is completed? That is what I'm thinking it means. But what about the construction phases that these 9 police stations have not to date started? Because I'm seeing funds like in 2016, $50 million was transferred already, and I'm just seeing design phase. So this is why I would like some enlightenment into this area, please. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Mr. Pearson will provide you with that enlightenment.
Thank you, Commissioner. The expenditure reflected with this project basically considers design bid bills, so it covers from the inception, design work, right down to completion, which does include furnishing. So the cost really delivers the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service a complete facility that is ready for occupation with all its services and equipment and furniture involved. With respect to the status of these stations, we would have indicated the design status, which would have shown the percentage completion, and the construction status. With respect to the 9 of which you're inquiring, we have 3 stations that are in the advanced stage of construction completion, and that will be the St. Joseph Police Station, the Maracas St. Joseph Police Station, and the Besson Street Police Station. The expectation is that these stations should be substantially completed and ready for delivery to the police service around August this year. With respect to the other stations, the Old Grange and Roxborough police stations in Tobago, we are indicating that the designs for those stations are substantially completed. They are now being reviewed by the UDCOT. Once the designs have been reviewed and has been deemed to be satisfactory, UDCOT will recommend acceptance to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and simultaneously request confirmation of funds and an instruction to proceed. At which time, once we are satisfied, the Commissioner will give his approval, and those stations will go out for tender for the award of a construction package. Similar status applies to the Manzanilla, Matura, and Matlot police stations, and we expect that that work will be completed within the time frame of ready for award probably by October this year. With respect to the formats of the police station, the requirement is basically for the services required at a typical police station, indicating the functional relationships between the different areas within the police station. Unfortunately, it doesn't follow one unique or common footprint, and that's simply because the properties that we work with for the development of the station will not accommodate a common footprint. Besson Street, for example, where it's landlocked and have a limited footprint, the station would be a stacked structure, as opposed to, say, Old Grange and Matura, which we have new locations, which we are greenfield sites, large expanse of lands, we could accommodate a 1-story building on that side. So the stations will provide for common services and common facilities, but not necessarily in the same format as a result of the property constraints.
All right, thank you. Let's just clarify. you spoke about your Tobago police station, which is 2, and you said both of them have completed design phase. And I hear you that we don't have a commonality because of the land space. But what I'm trying to really understand, as per the submission, you're saying for the design phase of the Roxborough Tobago police station is $5 million. And for the Old Grande Tobago, it's, Old Green. I don't know where that, well, I should visit there maybe. It's 15 million. And I guess this is the doing project management, and to see that big difference, I'm really trying to wrap my mind around it for the design phase only being completed. You understand the question? Okay.
Okay. What we have indicated on the schedules that we have sent to you, we have indicated the project cost and we have indicated the expenditure to date. So the variation in the figures that you're quoting between the 5 and the 15 really has to do with the expenditure that has been billed. Now, the process of billing to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service really comes through the UDCOT, who have been our assigned project managers. So when the designers, the architects, and so submit their invoices to UDCOT, UDCOT will have their internal processes for processing those invoices, sending it to us, certifying that the works have in fact been completed. And once we receive that into our system, then the commissioner will approve it for payment, and it goes into our system for payment. It is only when we receive those invoices and they are paid that they are counted by us as expenditure. Now, we have had a situation where UDCOT has not been current with their invoices to us, so more expenditure could have been incurred, but it is not yet expended by us because it has not yet been presented to us for payment. So what is here does not account for the full cost on these projects to date. We are accounting for that by the project cost, total project cost, but the expenditure accounts only for what has been presented by way of invoice and paid by the police service.
Just for some clarity, huh? Mr. Pearson, am I correct? This $5 million for Roxborough is not just for design?
Correct. That $5 million actually, Madam Chairman, is the allocation.
Exactly.
And it doesn't account for the expenditure, and the allocation will account for any work associated with project for which expenditure has been incurred at this point in time.
Both Roxborough and Old Grange, there has been a commitment of more or less the same amount of money.
Yes.
A few $100.
Yes.
Okay? They both more or less are the same phase. That's the design. The designs are 95% complete.
Yes.
And this is the expenditure, or the commitment for this amount of work.
Yes.
Yes, okay. I think that should help us in understanding what the table sets out there. Member Mark.
Commissioner of Police, under the consolidated fund, in terms of allocation, I see $53.9 million. On the infrastructure development fund, there's $100 million. I would like to ask, given what you said earlier, that there does not appear to be a rapid or we should have a more efficient set of releases to the police service in order for the police service to do their work. And when we look at, for instance, the monies that have been allocated to infrastructure development programs, could you tell me if these releases were more timely and you were able to be given more resources? To what extent you believe these could be impacting upon the operations of the police service, particularly in light of what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago at this time? I'm talking about, Commissioner of Police, I cannot allow you to come here today and not ask you to share with us and through us, the national community, given these various programs that we have before us, how will these programs, when effectively implemented, stem or curb what is becoming in this country of late a hurricane of homicides, and where, for instance, the fear of crime is so overwhelming in this country.
Member Mark, may I just interrupt?
Yes.
Is this under
Yeah,
IDF
I'm
or
saying,
Consolidated Fund?
No, I'm saying that if you look at the development program, we are talking about resources being allocated. The Commissioner of Police has indicated, when I asked the question about releases, they are not as timely as they ought to be. I am asking the question, if releases are more, if we get them at a more timely level, and if we are able to get these development programs effected and implemented 100%, would these have a positive impact on what we are experiencing in Trinidad and Tobago?
And not
That's the question I'm
to cut you, I believe that question was asked already in same or less format, but again, having regard to the generality of the question, I would ask the Commissioner to provide that answer in writing by the expiration of a week from today.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Member Olivier.
Thank you. While we're staying on the Consolidated Fund Development Program, I see there is a project development of a computer system for the police service, for which 20 million has been allocated in 2016. Total expenditure as of today is 2.1 million, but you have 4.2 million committed. I'd just like to get some idea as to the time frame for this overall computer system development. I can well imagine that this would be very much pertinent in aiding in your fight against crime.
Commissioner?
At this time, the head of information technology is pursuing the computerization program. It involves a series of individual projects. We have listed around 20 of those. The sum allocated does not allow us to address those 20 projects. So we have revisited those projects, and we are in fact pursuing several of them within the context of the 20 million. There are some expenditure which will be effected in the months of July, August, and September. And the breakdown of the individual projects out of the 20 which we are assigning the expenditure to, I do not have at my fingertip disposal. I have the 20 projects, but they have been readjusted to address the 20 million allocation.
Okay, so Commissioner, could you provide us again within the week's time that breakdown with respect to that response?
Will do, Madam Chairman.
And I just want to ask one question on this consolidated fund table that could assist us. There are a number of projects ongoing. Let's say infrastructural modification to create additional office space for Professional Standards Bureau at MATCO. Project start date January 16th, completion date March 16th. The initial project cost under commitments as of March, the entire sum is committed. It's ongoing. and it's 15%. And there are a number of other projects like that. Entire project costs committed, ongoing, 10%. One, I would like to know if those projects are now completed, and maybe you can give that answer in writing. If they are not completed, whether they are within budget, and an explanation with respect to if they are still at 10% or less than 100%, how come all the costs is already committed? Okay, it may be the way you set out your matrix, but if we could have that in writing. All right?
Thank you, Chairman.
I really would like to relieve the TTPS at this stage. I mean, I'm sure we could keep you all here the entire evening, but we are now constrained for time, and I would like to assure members that if there's anything that is outstanding, we can send it in writing, and I'm certainly assured of the continued cooperation of the Commissioner of Police acting. I want to thank you, Commissioner, and your team, Ms. Ramroop, Ms. Balroop, Mr. Ramroop, Mr. Pearson, Mr. Ramisa, Mr. Borsia, and Mr. Bradshaw for coming and really assisting us in understanding how you function at the TTPS. I thank you, and you are relieved. At this stage, the meeting is suspended to allow the members of the TTPS to leave and for us to then resume with the final entity that we entertained this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman and the members.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
The Red House, situated in the heart of Port of Spain, has a legacy as the home of democracy in Trinidad and Tobago and contains within its walls a remarkable history. The historical significance of the building was further enhanced when, during recent restorative works, there was a discovery of archaeological relics and even evidence of indigenous burials. In order to preserve this history, careful consideration was given to the renovation of the building, which led to the Restoration Committee employing the services of an American architectural company to carry out specific restoration and preservative functions on the building.
Evergreen is a specialty contractor based in New York City in the United States, and we specialize in the restoration and conservation of decorative arts in buildings. So we work on ornamental plaster, decorative painting, works of art such as murals on canvas and on walls. We've worked in Port of Spain at Queen's Royal College, and recently in the United States we've worked at the U.S. Capitol and the United Nations building. What's interesting to me is that the red plaster that's at Queen's Royal College is here at Red House, and it gave this building its distinctive red color before it was painted over. Our objective is to determine historic colors used in the interior of the building, and that would include paint on plaster and possibly wood, or we found that a lot of the wood surfaces were originally stained or clear-coated, so you were meant to see the grain of the wood. And we're also tasked with understanding the exterior color scheme, basically anything having to do with the original color of the building as it was articulated after 1903. So for the finishes analysis and determining the historic colors, we use two main techniques. One is collecting paint samples from the walls and ceiling and other features, and we'll examine those to determine the different color schemes over time. And we also conduct what we call exposure windows in place. And an exposure window is when we remove layers of paint a bit at a time so we can see on the wall what different colors and finishes were placed. Another goal of this project is to preserve the plaster molds that were created previously by Evergreen. In the south chamber, the ceiling was dismantled and the ornamental plaster pieces were cast, meaning we made replica molds, I should say, for those pieces so that in the future we can cast replicas of pieces that have been damaged and then place them back in the south chamber exactly as they were originally. I think the most interesting thing about the red house to me is the exterior red plaster. The red color you see today is achieved through multiple layers of paint, which has a tendency to fade over time, as any paint will. But the red color that this building has was originally imparted by a very deep red plaster. It's very beautiful material. The next step for me is I examine the paint samples under the microscope and I cut them in cross-section, and that way I can see the paint layers one over the other, so I can determine what colors were used over time in the red house.
The Red House Restoration Project has uncovered many findings, and the team at Evergreen's own meticulous investigation will add to the details that will help in restoring the Red House to its former majesty.
Parliament outreach.
One thing I remembered was the way in which Parliament takes an issue and deals with the issue. You know, sometimes from an area our community fights about, we have so much resources, and why does an issue take so long to be dealt with, and how the President of the Senate handle the issues and the procedures in which they take an issue and deal with it. That was my most memorable.
From this lecture today, I learned about the different parts and the arms of government and how they react to different circumstances and the decision making and who takes up the decision making to Parliament.
Welcome back, and this is the resumption of the public meeting for the 11th Parliament of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, which is to examine the 2016 expenditure of certain departments under the following subheads: Current Transfers and Subsidies, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, and Infrastructure Development Fund. The committee is now embarking on an examination of the Personnel Department, and I would like to welcome the representatives of the Personnel Department. I would therefore invite the representatives to introduce themselves to the committee.
Good afternoon, Chair, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Denise Dumas Coilas, Acting Director, Human Resource Management Services Division.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ronald Lessie. I'm the Director ICT at Personnel Department.
Good afternoon. I am Dawn De Silva, Senior Human Resource Officer.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Gary Joseph, Acting Deputy CPO.
The committee, I'm Beresford Riley, Chief Personnel Officer in an acting capacity.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I am Natalie Willis, Acting Deputy Chief Personnel Officer.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Anselm Emmanuel. I'm the Acting Accountant 2 at the Personnel Department.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Gail Balkisoon. I am the Program Manager at the Personnel Department.
Thank you, and I will now invite the members of the committee to introduce themselves, starting at my extreme right.
Good afternoon, Alison Bash, member.
Afternoon, Maxi Coffee, member.
Good afternoon, Lakram Bodo, Vice Chairman.
Good afternoon, Wade Monk, member.
Good afternoon, Nicole Olivier, member.
And I am Bridget Anisette George. I am chair of this committee. In opening the conversation, I would invite the Chief Personnel Officer in the acting capacity, Mr. Riley, to make some opening statements about his entity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll first give some brief remarks, and I thank you for giving us that opportunity to do so. Some brief remarks about the work of the Personnel Department. Essentially, that work revolves around the management of the employment relationship between government on the one hand as employer and its various employees, either public officers, contract employees, daily rated, hourly rated, and weekly rated employees throughout the public service. The type of work is essentially that of consulting and negotiating, evaluating and classifying jobs, developing policies and procedures around compensation and benefits management and other terms and conditions. And that work impacts a wide range of stakeholders in the public service. And we're speaking of, in terms of numbers, approximately 84,000 employees in the public service itself. I should also add that the work involves providing advice to two key entities, one being the Salaries Review Commission, of which you are very familiar, the other being that of the Human Resource Advisory Committee, established by Cabinet, to treat with terms and conditions, or to provide advice, to certain entities in the public sector, advice on terms and conditions. The department's major challenges relate to, one, the need to modernize existing systems, some of which have been in existence for some 40 plus years. And the other major challenge which we have is that of focusing on staff development and work-life balance, primarily because the existing quantity of staff is inadequate, and primarily also because over time the department has been losing quite a lot of senior members of staff. There's a significantly high rate of turnover at the senior levels. So that the department, one of the key challenges is that of work-life balance. Out of those challenges emanate the development projects of the department, of which there are two major types. The first type being that of job evaluation projects, of which there are three: one for the civil service, one for the prison service, and one for the Salaries Review Commission, jobs under that commission. The other types are, they relate more to internal processes. One is a knowledge and information management project, which is seeking to capture all the information resources which lie within the department to ensure it's much more readily available than it currently is. Currently, they are in manual files, and of course, you know it's difficult to access information from manual files. So we are seeking to change that process, to have the files digitized, to make them more easily accessible for both internal use and for stakeholders externally. And finally, there's something called an outfit and relocation project, which has been seeking over a couple of years or so, past 3 years or so, to provide one location, or to outfit an identified location, so the staff of the department currently located in a number of different buildings, that they can be housed in one specific building. So that, I think, should give you a brief insight into the work of the department and its current context.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. I would like to really just open the conversation to the members, and I will call on Member Mark to begin this conversation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Riley, may I warmly welcome you and the team from the Personnel Department. There are several matters that I would like to raise, but time would not permit me this evening. But I would like to deal with a matter that has been brought to our attention via your own submission. And I want to indicate that according to the Auditor General's report for 2015, it is estimated that the total rent amounting to some $41.4 million was paid during the period the 10th of December 2012 to the 30th of September 2015 for what has been described as unoccupied premises located at number 12 Street, Barataria, which apparently these buildings were reportedly waiting to be outfitted. Now, it appears to me on the surface that this contravenes the financial regulations, particularly Financial Regulations number 34, which places the responsibility on the accounting officer to eliminate non-essential services and to use public funds to the best advantage. So, Mr. Riley, I have some questions I would like to ask you, and you can delegate anyone in your team to answer on behalf of your team in the interest of our committee. Whether it is your view that based on what I have outlined on behalf of this committee, that there was a breach of the financial regulation, number 34. Secondly, because I'm going to go very slowly, because I want you to respond, was the sum of $41.4 million, which was allocated to the total rent between the period the 10th of December 2012 to the 30th of September 2015 for unoccupied premises on 12th Street, Barataria, used to the best advantage. And what was the reason for not moving into that building? I want to pause because I have some additional questions. I would like to pause for clarification in the interest of this committee, Madam Chair. So I'll pause at this time.
Mr. Riley?
Was there a breach of the financial regulation number 34? Is the question posed by the member. I am not sure that I can answer that in a definitive way. I can let you know what transpired. It might fall to someone, to maybe the committee, to make a determination as to whether it was a breach or not. What I can say is that the department did all in its power to occupy the premises. The department relied upon a number of other state entities, sister public agencies, to provide the expertise, the guidance, the wherewithal to allow it to facilitate the occupancy of the building in a reasonable amount of time. That, unfortunately, did not work out as we wanted it to, would have liked to have seen it happen. But it was not through a dereliction of duty, in my opinion, on the part of the department. As far as the department's ability to ensure that the outcome desired would accrue, which is to move into the building as quickly as is possible. The department would have been constrained by, one, its lack of expertise in the area. The department's area lies more in the area of HR expertise and relies upon the technocrats in the Property and Real Estate Services Division, as well as in the Ministry of Works and other agencies, to provide the best advice to allow for the swift movement. Was the sum of 41 million spent to the best advantage? Definitely not. Clearly, we at the department, we express regret that type of expenditure was not put to the best effect while we waited on the approvals to come to, so that we could move into the building. All right. So that is certainly a definite no. It was not spent to the best advantage. The reason for moving into the building was because we sought to have the building outfitted. The building that was presented to us was one that was not outfitted. It was as it were, a shell, all right, waiting to be outfitted in order to be occupied. So that at the time, there were two options presented to us in order to facilitate the outfitting. One would have been to tender for a firm to outfit. The other would have been to allow for the owner to outfit. And these options, I say presented because they're presented to us by the Property and Real Estate Services Division, and we selected the option of having the owner outfit with the advice and guidance of that division.
Mr. Riley, why was the proposal for the outfitting of the building submitted in March 2014, when the payment of the rent started in December 2012?
Right. So, with respect to the proposal for the building, you asked why was it submitted in March 2014 when the rent commenced in December 2012.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, the persons who are I should say, agencies like ourselves, which is, we are not, we found ourselves in a position where we actually, in order to secure a building, we needed to first commit to renting the building. In other words, it was not an opportunity for us, it was not possible for us to secure the building without first committing to paying rent for it. That's apparently the existing model in use, one over which we have no control. With respect to the length of time it took for the proposals to be submitted, you said in March 2014. With respect to the March 2014 proposals, there was a period of time when the owner who was doing the outfitting took some time, approximately, just I think it would have been about 1 year, to complete the proposals, right? That is with discussion with us, but it took 1 year. I should also add that 1 year involves a change of design contractor. By that I mean the owner started off with one particular contractor. We entered into discussions with our contractor for the design, and when those proposals were submitted first to us, draft proposals, and to the owner, he found that they were too costly, and therefore we had to start the process again with another design contractor. That partly explains the length of time, and then subsequently another year would have been taken up at the Ministry of Works Quantity Surveyor section.
But tell us something. While this customization and outfitting exercise was being addressed, why couldn't you, the personnel department, seek to have negotiations for reduction of the rents that was being paid since the period that I've outlined? Why we couldn't negotiate a reduction of the rent that we being paid?
I think that's an excellent question. And in hindsight, I think that probably would have been an option to have been entered into. But to respond in more direct terms, though, as I was indicating earlier, we were provided with guidance by the entity responsible for that aspect of it, which is the Property and Real Estate Services Division. We actually, while I said we tried our best, we spent time setting up a relocation committee, etc., trying to ensure that we treat with those matters which we felt we could treat with. But matters of negotiating with the landlord did not, in our view, come within our purview. Additionally, I don't think anyone even conceptualized at the time that was possible. So I say in hindsight, it would have been really quite the appropriate way to approach it. But that is in hindsight.
Mr. Riley, we understand that the work completed thus far relates to storage of inactive and archived files, but the actual outfitting of the building was not conducted. Yet still, to date, what has accounted for the expenditure in the sum of $7.4 million for this particular project?
Can you give me a second? Yes. So to seek to answer this question, we would have been, as you said, some of the expenditure would have related to the relocation expenses and the archival, etc. But some aspect of it would also have related to the security of the building, as well as the electricity for the building. I would probably need to, I would like to probably, if with your permission, Chair, probably get back to you on that particular answer in a more specific terms. But from what we can deduce at this point, it would have been both the relocation expenses as well as the securing of the building and payment for the electricity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Riley, you are the accounting officer for the chief personnel department,
yeah.
Right? How long was this contract entered into?
It started in December, December 2012. The specific day, I believe it was December the 10th, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so it would have taken 3 years.
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
And over a 3-year period, $41 million spent, and you are telling us now that you're waiting on other people. You're waiting on property and real estate? Or?
Well, yes, Minister. Actually, yes, we are waiting on other entities for the approvals.
And part of that 3-year period, you spent a year waiting on the landlord while you are paying him rent, right? That doesn't stop. So you are waiting on him to organize the designs for the outfitting. Mm-hmm. I have great difficulty trying to understand how that could take place. And I really want to know, having spent $41 million, what is the status of the building now as we speak?
Minister, when you say the status, I'm not sure what you mean.
Are you still renting it?
Oh, okay. Well, at this point, let's put it this way. No monies have been expended by the department on the building since March of this year.
No, but if you still hold on to the keys, you're still accruing rent.
We have sought to relinquish the keys.
When you say you sought to relinquish the keys, have you handed it over? Are you still incurring rent as we speak?
We have handed over the keys. As to where we are incurring rent, it is not. There are some question marks around that issue.
May I just follow up on what my colleague has asked and be a little more direct? As the accounting officer, have you terminated or have you moved to terminate the contract?
Yes.
And end this wastage of public funds?
The answer to that question is yes. I have sought to terminate the contract.
By virtue of what?
By returning the keys to the Property and Real Estate Services Division.
What was the duration of the contract?
3 years. It was a 3-year contract.
And the 3 years began in
December 2012.
December 2012. Mm-hmm. So 3 years ago? Well, so when 3 years expired?
December 2015.
And January 1st, 2016, personnel was still in possession of the building?
Yes, we were.
Did you enter into a new contract?
No, we did not. We were advised, I need to reemphasize that...
Mr. Riley, I understand that there is a specialist department.
Right.
Right? And we all take advice, but we all evaluate advice.
Fair
and you are the accounting officer. So, in terms of, didn't you evaluate the advice?
Well, the particular circumstances surrounding my evaluation of the advice also had to do with awaiting on an approval which seemed to be imminent at the time. So that, in fact, we were caught in a position where the money had been sunk already. It was recognized that it had been wasted. And there we were, having waited for many, many years to occupy a building, to have our staff placed in suitable accommodation to conduct the department's work. And we are at a point where the contract has ended, the approval seems to be imminent, and we are being told that the work of a particular committee would soon come to an end, the committee which was in fact reviewing the whole issue of government accommodation. So that I'm saying, yes, it would appear that we acted probably injudiciously at the time, but the circumstances were such that it had to do with seeking to accommodate our staff in a suitable building. So we were waiting on another authority.
Okay, I understand that. Might I ask something?
Sure.
In the 3 years that you waited, am I correct that you all were housed in 5 different premises?
Correct.
Was rent also paid for those 5 different premises?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Rent is still being paid for those 5 different premises?
That is correct.
Might I ask if the work of the personnel department had stopped during those 3 years?
Madam Chair, the work has not stopped, but that is not to say that it did not have
the work stop?
No, it did not stop, Madam Chair,
Okay.
but that is not to say that the way in which it was being performed in these circumstances did not have a deleterious effect on the staff.
All right. But that wasn't anything new?
It was not new,
It
but
was not anything new?
It was something which we wanted to come to an end.
All right. Okay, thank you. Member Coffey.
Mr. Riley, how much, it says that the building has not been outfitted and the amount, the percentage completed so far is 3%. How much would it take to outfit the building?
What number? What's the figure? 76.7. Madam Chair, I'm told it is member, it is 76.7 million approximately that would be required to outfit.
Okay. The question I want to ask is, the decision to rent this building was taken in 2012?
Yes.
Okay. And between 2012 to now, a lot has happened. The economy is in a different state that it was in 2012. We have lost $41 million, and we are talking about how much?
76.7 million.
76.7 million just to outfit this building, and we're not talking about the monthly rental. As a accounting officer, do you think it a good expenditure of government funds to now find $76.7 million to outfit this building and to move so that you will have the advantages of one building as opposed to operating in 5 buildings. Do you think that is a good expenditure of the scarce public funds?
Minister, as accounting officer at the personnel department, with respect to accommodation, my desire is to ensure that it's suitable accommodation for the staff. I am not wedded to the building in Bartaria. I am concerned about ensuring that the staff is suitably accommodated. So should it be that suitable accommodation is found elsewhere, as accounting officer, I would be quite content to say yes to such a proposition. So it's not really the building in Barataria as such. And at the most economical rate to the state would be what I would prefer.
I wasn't making a proposition. I was asking a question whether, given the 41 million that was spent, the 76.7 million that is now estimated to be the cost of the outfitting, do you think that further monies should be spent on the accommodation, or can it be that the personnel department can be accommodated in 5 separate buildings as it is now, given the prevailing economic circumstances?
Minister, if I understand you correctly, I'm not sure if you're asking me if, given the fact that 41 million was spent, albeit not in the most efficient and economical way, if because of that expenditure that was spent in that way, if I am now, as accounting officer, willing to say that the staff should remain in its current circumstances? Is that the question?
Given the prevailing economic circumstances.
Minister, I think that's a very difficult question for me to say yes or no to. So therefore, what I would say is that I would think that I would rely upon the expertise of the agencies like Presby and the ministry responsible for that agency to so suitably accommodate the staff when it's appropriate, when the finances are, when the finances are ready, so that if it is that we have to remain in the 5 buildings, but I would say not because, though, of the 41 million spent, because that would sound like if it's a sort of punitive suggestion, but simply because of the finances of the country at this point in time. If it is that we can't afford it, then we would be willing to continue as we are.
Yeah, I just want to have one other question. How much staff are we talking about here?
180 approximately.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Riley, I'm sure the public, would be looking on at this almost waste of public funds and be very worried. Have any steps been taken since to give the assurance to this committee and to the public that, such an occurrence is unlikely to happen in the future in this kind of venture?
Yes, sure. I can certainly give that assurance because having considered that same expenditure, which we are now examining in some detail, I personally am committed to ensure something like that never happens again under my watch.
Okay, that's fine. That's a personal assurance. But in terms of any steps, in terms of systems and checks and balances to be strengthened?
Yes. We are, in fact, well, with respect to that specific issue, I suppose we will be looking as a group, as a management team, this group here plus others, at ensuring that the funds of the department, the funds provided to the department, disbursed to the department, are in fact well spent. Sometimes what has happened, I would say, is that as a department where we are focused on providing a certain type of service to the public service, it may be that this has not been our forte, that it might very well be that sometimes the other types of work may take precedence, but I'm saying we would need to ensure that the accountant aspect of it be given much more emphasis going forward.
Member Oliver.
Mr. Riley, if I may just clarify some of the specifics of what we have heard today. So correct me if I'm wrong in any of these statements. So we've heard that the rental agreement would have terminated on December 2015?
Correct.
You continue to pay rent until March 2016?
Correct.
At what point did you hand over the keys? After March 2016?
Correct.
You hand over the keys to Presby. Now, you would have indicated that amongst the ongoing expenditure would have been securing the facility. So have you terminated your security contract then for the facility? Or do you still
Not as yet.
So you're still paying a security company?
As of this moment, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Ma?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, as the accounting officer, what are you really conveying to this committee? You're saying on the one hand that you have handed the keys, but on the other hand, taxpayers' monies are being expended in terms of security as well as rental. What is really going on, Mr. Riley? And what would you want to advise this committee that ought to be done to bring this saga to a close as of yesterday? What would be your recommendation? The country is bleeding every day, every week, every month because of wastage of funds with no occupancy. What would you want to recommend to this committee to bring an end to this saga?
Well, I'm not sure if it's to the committee that I need to make the recommendation. I think it's action which we need to take, and that's why I say, as of this moment, it has not yet been done. But allow me to say that we will move towards terminating those agreements. So it is not so much a recommendation as much as action to be taken on our part, on my part.
And when will that action be taken?
Post haste, as soon as it is possible.
What does that mean?
Well, that means that we will, I would say, without having the correct advice at this point before me, that as soon as it is practically and legally possible, that will be done.
Mr. Riley, was a valuation ever done on this building? And if so, is it valued more or less than the $41 million?
Evaluation would have been, I believe evaluation would have been done because at one point in time, the valuation division was involved in the discussions. So, and they arrived at certain conclusions with respect to the amortization and so on, proposals. So I would make the assumption that evaluation was done, but I don't have the information with respect to the valuation.
Would you be able to submit to this committee the information on the valuation that you assume that was done?
I will seek the information from the valuation division.
Could you outline the various entities that were involved? We talk about PRESD, that is the Property, Real and Estate Services Division.
Yes.
Besides that entity, which other entities were involved in this matter?
The Ministry of Works, through its quantity surveying section,
yes,
press the valuations. Those are the three main ones.
So valuation, Ministry of Works, and Prestige.
Yes.
And personnel.
Of course.
And you are paying all the bills. You pay all the bills every month.
Yes.
As the accounting officer,
yes,
you are responsible for paying all these bills, even though you are aware there is no occupation. And as accounting officer, you are signing and approving payments every month and amounting to $41 million and counting as accounting officer. And there is no clear position that you have advanced today to this committee to bring an end to this saga. All you're saying is practical, legal, and this has been going on for 3 years and 6 months? 6 months. Almost.
The bringing to an end is actually a recent development. So that the accruing of the expenditure was in the past. The issue of bringing it to an end is a current development. So the answer is, there is before the committee, under a proposal, a declaration that it will be terminated. The various agreements will be terminated as soon as it's practically possible. So it's that is what I'm saying.
May I ask a final question, Madam Chair? What would you recommend that we should recommend to the Parliament considering this behavior of the accounting officer and his management team that has presided over $41 million in losses to taxpayers at a time when the country does not have the resources that we used to have? And even if we had those resources, it is an unconscionable development. What would you want to recommend that we recommend? Because, Mr. Riley, I want to let you know, as accounting officer and your management team, this committee will have to make a recommendation to the Parliament. I would like you to advise us what recommendation you would like us to make on this matter so we can at least be guided, because we'll have to make a recommendation. Natural justice demands that you must tell us what you would like to see in those recommendations. Now, I know you were one of the accounting officers at the time. I know somebody else was. And I am very conscious of the person who was there. But there is something called continuity. And then you were part of the management team. So it seems to me that you were infected or contaminated as well by this whole process. So I'm not saying you are totally and solely responsible. But we want to help you because we want to get out of this. And we are trying to get from you what would be your recommendation to us so we can recommend to the Parliament.
Sure. We have discussed this as a management team, and actually we are concerned about the existing process which puts the department or ministry who is seeking accommodation in a very peculiar and, if I may use the term, unwinnable situation. One cannot win. It's a catch-22 situation. You want to hold on to a building because you are seeking accommodation. To do that, you have to pay rent because the owner will not, out of goodwill, hold the building for you. So you have to pay rent. You have to secure it. You have to pay for the electricity in the interim. And the arrangements for actually securing and finalizing the deal, as it were, are somewhat out of your hands, to a large extent out of your hands, because the negotiation takes place between an agency and the owner. The approvals of the outfitting works takes place through some other agencies. The approvals for the amortization takes place with another agency. So in a sense, you are there as accounting officer, and the most you can do is say, listen, this is a wastage. I do not wish to have this money expended. I will remain in my uncomfortable situation because it is simply a wastage of public funds. And whenever one might say the planets are aligned in a right way, hopefully some years in the future, while your staff waits, while your staff is uncomfortable, things may hopefully become better, and you will then be able to obtain the appropriate accommodation at that time. So it's really either you walk away or you, in this case, unfortunately, expend, hoping that you will soon come to an end. So what I recommend is that the process whereby the agency responsible for securing the buildings I would say that process needs to be reviewed. It is maybe they need to be provided more expertise, more staffing, etc., technical experts, so that they can provide quick oversight to bring the whole issue of the outfitting to a swift end, or some other arrangement which maybe is it that they become a holding owner of the property in the interim, so that they can liaise more directly with the owner and arrive at better arrangements, which does not allow public monies to be so expended. I would suggest that those would be two types of recommendations, but they both revolve around the process of ownership of public buildings and rental public buildings by the Property and Real Estate Services Division. I think the process needs to be reviewed.
Mr. Riley, are you saying that after you took possession and was paying rent for 3 years, someone else was responsible for outfitting the building? Was someone else, Presdy or some other entity, responsible for outfitting the building?
I'm not sure I understand the question exactly, but the department entered into a project out for the building. The owner was the one doing the outfitting.
Well, from what I'm hearing you say, the delay was caused by the outfitting, and you are attributing blame to another entity for the delay. So what I'm trying to get from you is who exactly was responsible for outfitting the building?
Minister, I tried to stay away from, I thought I had done a good job of not allocating blame to anyone. What I was saying is that the way in which the process has evolved and how it obtains currently, it is such that the department is one player. The department does not have all total control over the outcomes of the process. So it's not a matter of blame, it's a matter of saying the process is such that there are a number of owners and that the department is not the sole owner of the process. So I'm not saying that someone else is responsible. With respect to the outfitting of the building, the department entered into a project to outfit the building, but it was done through the owner.
Thank you.
CPO, might I just ask, I would like to look at your DP program consolidated fund and the job evaluation classification exercise. I'm looking at project number 36, and it may be that this information has not been recorded properly. The allocation for 2016 was $12 million.
I believe it was.
Right. How much has been the expenditure to date?
Maybe I could ask the program manager to respond.
Sure.
Madam Chair, so I understand the question is how much of the allocated funds or the budgetary funds for 2016 has been spent to date?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so for fiscal 2016, we have spent a total of $2,257,847.
Did this project start before fiscal 2016?
Yes, it did, ma'am.
It started when?
It started in fiscal 2013.
Fiscal 2013. So this allocation for fiscal 2016 is just $12 million.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And therefore, there has been expenditure before fiscal 2016?
That is correct.
Up to the end of fiscal 2015, how much has been spent?
Just one moment, I'll give you the value. Sorry, up to the end of fiscal 2015, the approximate spend was $21.4 million.
21.4 million.
Correct.
So might I ask, what is the total cost of this project?
We have a cabinet approval for $150 million.
Just for the job evaluation and compensation exercise for the civil service?
That is correct.
150 million?
Yes, but we are not anticipating spending anywhere near that amount. We're currently forecasting approximately $62.1 million.
So that the 23, let's say the 24 million spent to date is only 25%?
That is correct, ma'am.
And you expect that this will be completed in August of this year? The entire project?
No, ma'am. We've had some challenges that we've encountered, so we are no longer forecasting at August 2016 for the completion.
So when do you forecast the project will be completed?
We're currently forecasting it to be completed in September of 2018.
Might I ask, what are the nature of the challenges?
Okay. Most of the challenges that we've encountered with regards to this project were around technology. There is a component of this project that involves bringing in technology to assist with the job evaluation process, right, in order to improve efficiencies, in order to make the whole entire work to be done better as well as quicker. The main issue that has happened is we had a lot of questions and queries around the policy with regards to using cloud technology and whether or not we were able to use cloud technology. We did do what we call a request for information for vendors who do provide job evaluation software. We did it in July 2013. At that time, I think we had 8 vendors who came and gave us a bit about their type of software that is available. And it was apparent to us at that time we did have 3 different options of how to install or use their systems. Of those 3, most of the vendors offered what they call software as a service, which is essentially cloud computing services. Once we determined that that appeared to be the most common way to obtain these services, to obtain the job evaluation software, we sought some advice from the former ministry, the Ministry of Science and Technology, as to what is the government's position on cloud computing. Because we were aware that the government was looking at having their own G-Cloud, government cloud service available. Right? That information was sought in February 2014. from the ministry. We did write to them, as well as we did have some meetings with them. We did not get a pronunciation on the direction and the guidance and recommendation from the ministry or iGovTT until approximately August 2014. That recommendation steered us away from using cloud, right, and onto a different path, right? So that is the first set of delays that we had with regards to this. So once we had that recommendation, and then we went to tender for the recommended direction, it was approximately 9 months worth of delays.
Okay, so I just want to ask something. A job evaluation and compensation exercise, which is supposed to make the civil service function better, just the exercise is taking 6 years. Yes?
With the inclusion of the delays, it appears to be that way, yes.
Okay. Member Coffey.
Mrs. Balkisoon Wickham, this sounds like another empty building. I'm trying to understand whether we embarked on a solution and did not know that we needed, there were legal parameters involved in the solution. So after we embarked on that path, we subsequently found out that we couldn't proceed. So it took several years. I'm not sure how much money was committed. So you mentioned, you stated at the start it's 162 million was the original budget? 150?
150.
All right. Now, that original budget, did it include the assumption that we'll be able to use cloud computing? And was any agreement signed on the basis that we'll be able to use cloud computing, and then after the legal checks we realized we couldn't and had to make some other alternative arrangement?
Member, I do not believe that the department was aware at the time that we could not use cloud computing when we started this project, right? We did not enter into any agreement per se with regards to a job evaluation software. The agreement that we do have in place is with a vendor to provide us consultancy services to assist us with the execution and guide us through the job evaluation process, right? We did not enter into any other agreements other than that. We did discover during our execution that cloud computing was not an option.
Okay, thank you.
Member Mark.
Madam Chair, could the Honorable Lady indicate, Mrs. Ramkissoon Wickham, you talked about a vendor. Could you identify that vendor for us? And could you indicate to this committee what has been the consultancy fees paid to this vendor thus far? And as beyond that, maybe Mr. Riley could tell us this job evaluation exercise in the civil service, how many jobs are involved in this exercise? Have you been able to analyze the number of jobs that you're going to evaluate? How many you might have to eliminate, as the case may be? Could you provide us with some submission on, because you must have an assessment. We're talking about a classification and compensation system that you are trying to revise, right?
Yes.
And so could we get some ideas to what is involved here?
Member, I'll allow the Mrs. Wickham to respond, but before she does, I just want to confirm that the intention is not to eliminate any jobs, but in fact, we will be seeking to classify and review the classification of those jobs. But Mrs. Wickham has the information.
Okay. Okay, with respect to the vendor is IBM World Trade Corporation, right? We entered into a contract of a total value of approximately $23.1 million in TT funds. The amount spent to date with that vendor is approximately $10.5 million. Right? With regards to the, I believe you were asking about the number of jobs, right? Okay. With respect to the civil service, there's approximately 1,500 discrete positions, which equates to approximately 33,000 to 35,000 actual persons. So it is quite a large remit group.
Could you also, as you're on this, Mrs. Ramkisoon Wickham, tell us about the vendor involved in the job evaluation exercise for the prison services, as well as the exercise involving the Salaries Review Commission for the officers within the SRC? Could you, just share with us information along the same line?
No problem. With regards to the job evaluation exercise for the prison service, there is currently no vendor that we have on board and have signed any contract with. Right? That particular project is going through, we have gone through multiple tendering processes which have not been successful to find a vendor. Okay? With regards to the job evaluation project for the offices within the purview of the Salary Reviews Commission, we have, as of December 2015, we entered into a contract with Hay Group Limited, right, which is a vendor from Canada, right, in order to assist us with that project. That contract for Hay Group is valued at $1,933,278 US.
And what percentage of the work has been completed, and what is the projected completion date for that project?
For Salary Reviews Commission?
Yes.
Well, we actually just kicked off that project in February.
Yes.
Okay, and so I would say that the percentage completion is probably around 5 or 10%, let's say. The projected end date is in May 2017.
May 2017.
Yes, it'll take approximately somewhere between 13 or 14 months to complete, and we just began.
Madam Chair, I'm okay.
Could I ask the CPO if the committee could be supplied with the lease agreement with respect to the Barataria building and also the relevant contracts for the job evaluation exercise for prisons, the civil service, and the SRC? Ken, if you can give us that by the beginning of next week, Monday of next week.
Sure. I'm sure, Madam Chair. I just need to clarify that there will be no contract as it relates to the prison service, because there's no current agreement with any consultant. But certainly for the other items you identified, we will be able to provide that by the start of next week.
Okay, so by the time has this expenditure of $19,130. What is that?
It may have been for
advertising.
For advertising of the tender.
Member Olivier.
Thank you. In terms of the job evaluation and compensation exercise for the civil service, you indicated there are 1,500 discrete positions, significantly larger number of jobs. Is it that you are going to interview and evaluate every single individual person that is working?
The answer is no. The evaluations are done on the basis of a job, right? So it would be for the 1,500 discrete positions, right? And we would most likely speak to a subset, right? We wouldn't be able to speak to everybody.
Yes, so my next question, now I recognize that within a number of the ministries, there are several positions that are awaiting classification. Is it that the delays in this project is related to the delays in completing the classification exercise on these outstanding jobs for the various ministries?
There is a connection between the two things, because the decision was taken some time ago to put the classifications on hold while this exercise was ongoing. So there is a connection. Having said that, there is a recognition that because of the length of time this has been ongoing, that we need now to move towards changing that, reversing that decision, so that we are now strategizing to resume classifications of some of those positions and to prioritize and then to resume the classifications.
If I may just go back to the question with the 1,500 discrete jobs. You indicated that you would be doing a subset. Does that mean that you'll be interviewing more than 1,500 or less than 1,500? I just want to clarify the actual quantum of work that is required in this exercise.
What we should say with respect to the issue of interviewing persons is that, for the job evaluation purposes, is that it is not settled at this point in time that we'll be interviewing X number of persons at all. We are, in fact, we will seek to determine what's the best way to collect the data. In the past, we sought, when we did this on other services, we sought to interview and to have job data collected through questionnaires. And then we would sometimes interview the persons. But that's not the only methodology that can be used. So the intention is, as much as is possible, to obtain the data through the most feasible method. So that is yet to be decided then, exactly what that would be.
Well, if I may explain, well, what is particularly troubling me about this time period, given that it's 1,500 discrete jobs. Now, I've been at organizations where there would have been 1,000 employees and a job evaluation exercise was conducted. Each employee would have filled out a very detailed questionnaire. But for 1,000 employees, that entire exercise didn't take more than 3 months. So I'm just trying to wrap my minds around 1,500 discrete jobs. I mean, exactly why this project is such a long time frame, why the total estimated cost of it is $150 million, and why at this stage we still haven't decided. I mean, given that we have engaged a consultant, we have paid $10.5 million to date, and we're still not sure exactly how we are going to capture the data. So I'm having a little difficulty coming to terms with all of that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to venture to answer all of your questions. Okay. With regards to actually capturing data, there has been some work that has been done with regards to capturing data. The initial stages of that work, what we did is actually, instead of sitting down with individuals and doing it in the method you described, we were holding workshops in which we had a number of persons, up to 20 persons per session, that are within similar jobs from various different agencies, in which that we can talk to them and have more of an open dialogue and more of an engagement process in order to understand the nature of the work. Now, we did this over a period of approximately 5 or 6 months, right? So we have captured quite a bit of information. Is there more data that we do need to obtain from individuals? The answer is yes. It is how are we going to go about obtaining the balance of information, because we have gone back and forth, we have done some individual interviews, and we're also sharing the information with the persons who were part of those forums in order to ensure that we've captured them correctly, right? So it's actually the how do we approach it going forward. Part of the project that probably is not so apparent as to why does it take so long, and as well as why is the cost so large, is because it's not only involving just the evaluation of positions. There is also the inclusion, as I said, of technology, which means we need to procure a system, we need to do training of this system, and we need to ensure that we understand the methodology to evaluate these jobs under. All right. In addition to that, there is also a market survey. So there is multiple facets of the project that are all encompassed within that timeline and as well as in the budget. I'm hoping, did I miss any of your questions? Sorry.
I don't think you missed any, but it's not helping me to really appreciate why it is taking so long. You said a market survey as well?
Yes, like a compensation survey.
I'm starting to wonder if you confuse too many things into the contract, and that is why nothing is completed. It's perhaps?
No, I would say that a market survey typically would be, in this type of exercise, a requirement. So that would not be an explanation for the delays. The issue of the delay centered really around what would have been discussed around the decision-making around technology, and I think which we would have dealt with earlier. That's really the major source of the delay.
If I just may engage that a bit, the initial work that you would have done, I take it you would have captured some data manually, hard copy and paper. So the technology delay is to what system do I upload this data?
No, the technology delay is actually with regards to obtaining a system that, yes, to input the data in and then conduct the actual evaluations.
IBM Global is the provider?
That's correct.
One of the services that they offered with their contract wouldn't have included technology?
Actually, no. IBM does not have a software product that does job evaluation, right? Part of their remit in their contract is to assist us with finding the most appropriate software to utilize, but it was not a part of their contract for them to give us something.
I believe one of the things we asked for was the contract.
Contract.
So I think that might shed some light.
And could we get the scope of works too, please?
Sure.
Okay.
And also the procurement. Well, how was IBM selected? I mean, what other companies were evaluated? Well, the RFP, I suppose, would shed some light, and that might help us to understand better.
We'll have to give you a synopsis of that, member, because it would not be in the RFP. If you are interested in the issue of the selection process, which is what I take it you are interested in.
Well, both the selection process and the actual RFP that went out. So
okay. So we'll provide both.
Yeah.
Okay. Might I just ask if we could get some information on the development of a knowledge and information management system. When was this project started? This was in the 2013 estimates, not so?
Yes, sometime, yes. You have the- So it would have started in earnest in fiscal 2013-14. By that I mean, in earnest means activity, the amount of activity that would have taken place. So that there might have been, in the previous year, a small amount of activity, might have been, I'm not sure right now, I'm seeing a small amount of expenditure of $9,000, but the real expenditure took place in 2013 to 14. That's what I meant by in earnest.
Fiscal 2014?
Yes. Yeah.
So in fiscal 2013, you would have spent about a little over $9,000.
Yes.
What was the duration of this project? Because every project, I understand, would have a scope and a duration.
Yeah, it was meant to be 3 years.
It was meant to be 3 years. Yeah. And in fiscal 2014, you would have spent $159,000.
Yes.
Just around that?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So can I ask then, why is it still $1 million is your allocation for 2016?
This is what was allocated, Madam Chair.
But wouldn't your allocation have been made based on your request, on your submission?
I don't have the information about the request at this time, Madam Chair.
So let me ask then, when is this project going to be completed? Within this fiscal year?
No, it's anticipated that will go until fiscal 2016. 2017, sorry.
Can I ask what is the cause of the delay? Because you just told me it was a 3-year project started in fiscal 2013.
Madam Chair, the agreement was entered into in December 2014. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, could we also be provided with a copy of the contract in respect of this?
Sure.
Yes, member.
Chairman, I just have one question. All these IT projects, were they linked to the knowledge and information management system, the different projects for job evaluation, task classification? Was there any link with vendors? I'm trying to, this seems to have been a major technology drive on behalf of the department, which is commendable, but who drove it and how? Because I get the impression that you did not have the technical expertise in the department to undertake this project. So what was how was it conceived and implemented?
This particular project was conceived because of a recognition that the manual systems within the department were a major cause of the.
Okay, let me help you by refining the question. Were you all approached by a vendor offering a solution, or did you all conceptualize a problem that needed a solution?
The answer is in the latter. We conceptualized the problem We recognized what the problem was, and we sought, and it's not a vendor so far. It's really a consultant working with us, and we sought a solution. And it's really not so much right now around a system as such, but around services and it's not so much the IT side, but the information, it's not the technology side, but the information management side is what we're trying to do, which in fact has as a base the records management aspect of the department's work. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
So all these proposals were recommended by the consultant who is working in the department?
No, those were separate. The issues of the job evaluation, use of technology in job evaluation, they had different, the origin was quite different from that of the Comm. The Comm came out of the recognition of the department's work itself. The internal processes needed to be re-engineered, as it were, because, as I said, they are manual. So we recognize that we have a number of precedents, procedures, policies for a number of terms and conditions. We thought we would try and capture that in some way to make it easier. A number of job descriptions, for example, for all the services. So that was the intention behind the Comm project. Because in order for the department to function more efficiently, the processes, the manual processes and its information had to be changed. That had to be changed. But the job evaluation project was something, or it's related, but it's different. It was a recognition that we couldn't proceed along the same way in terms of the job evaluation itself, the act of evaluating the jobs.
Right. Might I ask, do you have an internal audit department?
We have an internal audit function, but there's only currently there's one person, someone who is functioning as an acting auditor one. Sorry.
And do you think that you are adequately staffed for the carrying out of the internal audit function?
I would say definitely. I would say that the services which are provided by the internal audit function certainly need to be provided at a much higher level than they are currently provided.
Could you tell me when was the last, you all have monthly reports, quarterly reports, and annual reports, as I'd seen from your submission. When was the last annual report?
The annual reports are provided really every year, so it would have been for the last fiscal year.
For fiscal 2015?
Yes.
And could you identify any specific issues which may have been identified in the report, and what steps your department would have taken to rectify any of the issues?
Madam Chair, are we speaking of the internal audit reports?
I'm talking about your internal audit report, and I'm also talking about your annual report.
Oh, I see.
All right, so that what I would ask, Mr. Riley, in the interest of time, if those could be answered in writing,
okay,
and therefore if those answers could come by Monday to the committee.
Sure.
Member Mark.
Through the chair to Mr. Riley, is there a strategic plan? Is the personal department guided or governed rather by any strategic plan? And could you tell us if you are guided by a plan, what is the time frame of that plan?
Yes, we are guided in some way by a plan, but it's a draft plan. It's a draft plan that commenced in October 2012 and ends in September 2016.
A draft?
It is draft.
So, but do you follow that plan?
At the highest level, yes, meaning the objectives, the strategic objectives, we follow those. It is, you will find, for example, in there, issues of the job evaluation exercises, the issues of improvement of staff, both performance.
Could you provide a
development.
copy of that plan to us?
It is a draft plan that was not approved by the competent minister, so I'm not sure to what extent.
Well then, Mr. Riley, can I ask then that you provide us with details of that operating procedure? Okay, which will outline what you do.
The strategic objectives and so on. Sure, I can provide.
All right, are there any other questions? All right, and therefore I would like to, at this stage, relieve the officers of the personnel department, and I would really like to thank them for having waited so long and having stayed with us to help in this discussion at this time. If we have any other questions, we would therefore, Mr. Riley, submit them to you in writing. Sure. And the information we've asked for, if we could get them by Monday. Please, so I want to wish you all a safe journey home, and you and your staff, you all are relieved. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Thank you for your comments. We will certainly take them into consideration as we move forward.
At this stage, I would like to suspend this meeting, and we would resume in camera with our other deliberations. I want to thank the members of the listening public, and I want to thank the members of the media. This has indeed been a long session, and for those of you all who've stayed with us for the duration, thank you for your support. Good evening.